We shall continue from where we left off. Hopefully it saved everything. Yes, it did. Okay, so we're back in the orangery. So we spent an inordinate amount of time last stream figuring out how to deal with the fact that this staircase has a hole in it. Turned out I was missing something fairly obvious that led to this secret entrance, which has brought us here. I do notice there doesn't seem to be any way to go back through the secret entrance. So we're now trapped down here until we solve the next part of the puzzle. So we'd better get on and do that, hadn't we? El Tibago says, I think we all agreed that your house is not this size last time. Well, yeah, see, Harry thinks it's bigger. And also that it's made of cheese, and neither of those things are true. So I'm not sure we're in total agreement, Tibago. Okay, I did grab some seeds off of the fountain when we got here, but other than that, I haven't looked around. There are clearly oranges everywhere. And I regret that I still don't have an orange emote. So you'll have to wait for that. There's a few other things scattered around. Lady Mountaineers. First outing 1858. And everybody knows that if you're a lady, you have to wear a long skirt and a hat at all times. Even if you're mountaineering, that's no excuse. Apparently. What is this? Ooh. Coins? Souvenir coins. Okay. Well, that's the Eiffel Tower. Souvenir de mon Ascension. We have the Matterhorn. Edward Whymper. We have Icehorn, Switzerland. The symbol of a ram with a star above it. We have Gran Paradiso, Italia. 1885. And we have Innsbruck in Österreich. Okay, that's a nice little set of coins you've got there. I suspect there's clues to be had. There's also this, which has been chucked in the bin. Old advert. The Society for Botanical Science meets every second and fourth Wednesday from 6 o'clock at the Assembly Rooms in Stroud. A prospective applicant must be supported by 3 existing gentlemen of the Society, along with evidence or research showing his dedication to the advancement of the science of botany. Widows of existing fellows receive honorary membership to attend annual social events. This month's lecture is on the importance of laboratory investigation. Again, not really in keeping with historical accuracy here. Well, I don't think there ever was a Society for Botanical Science. But there is the Botanical Society of Britain and Ireland, of which I'm a member. And I don't think they ever excluded women. I don't think they ever denied the importance of field work. I don't think they ever required widows of existing fellows to receive their membership. I don't think they ever required 3 other people to support your application. Certainly nowadays, all you do is join online and pay them money. They are more than happy to take your money from anyone who wants to join. They need it. Izzy says of my house, Harry's even been there to see it. I believe him. I never said the C word last time or even supported any similar claims last time. Yeah, but we know you wanted to, Harry. I'm going to have to meet up with some other viewers at some point, because otherwise Harry just gets to say these things. But I know this is the thing. If El Tibago comes here, he's just going to say that my house is made of cheese as well. And then if Izzy comes here, she's going to say it. So I don't really know what I'm going to do. Other than give up streaming or start under a new identity that doesn't, where nobody knows about my house. Or else every single viewer has to be invited here in order to know the truth. Hello to Cookie Jar, who says, my favourite body part of the plant are the botanies. Thank you for that contribution, Cookie. I'm glad you could make it to the stream, and I hope you're doing well. And let me do a shout out for Cookie Jar Pottery, because I mean, he is an amazing streamer because he does some pottery, but he also does games. And he was playing, what was it? I mean, you've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, I remember that. You're playing that other game, I can't remember what it's called. Is it that game that has that character in it called Bernice? Who I know nothing about the game, but that character keeps popping up on YouTube recommendations. Zenless Zone Zero, that's the one. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that Cookie has been streaming. So yeah, do check that out, everybody. Great streamer. Izzy says, I'm a terrible liar. If your house ends up not to be made of cheese, I'll say that. You say that, Izzy, as if it's plausible that it might be. Anyway, yeah, historical inaccuracy in this advert, but I don't like nitpicking games, but this one is just, it's so close to what I spend my entire life doing that I feel compelled to nitpick it. Right, there was some more stuff over here. Oh, is this more coins? This is more coins. Ben Nevis. Okay. William Scotland. Makes sense. Mount Ventoux. Souvenir Alpine. Mont Blanc. Tiger. And the Crystal Palace. That's not a mountain in the Alps. That was a thing in London. Yes, the Great Exhibition of 1851. Yeah, Sun & Co., St Paul's, London. I mean, that was a big thing at the Crystal Palace at the Great Exhibition. They did sell a lot of souvenirs, so I'm sure there are commemorative coins out there from it. Among other things, it was basically the first trade show. There was all sorts of stuff being logged there. Cheese House Let's Go says, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Cookie. But my house is not made of cheese. But your cookie jars are made of pottery, so there is that. El Tibago says, yeah, it would have been BSBI 1980. Yeah, sorry, 1890, not 1980. Yeah, that's the thing. So the date on this is not specified, but if we assume it's contemporary with the rest of this game, so it's like late 19th century, the BSBI already existed. It has changed its name. It was Botanical Society of the British Isles, and then that changed to Britain and Ireland, because it is responsible for all of Ireland, and they don't like to be called British, and that's quite reasonable. But the acronym didn't change, and the organisation is the same organisation. So, this game is not libeling them because they haven't called it the same thing. They've called it Society for Botanical Science, which never actually existed. But I'm sure they'd be miffed if they knew about this game. BSB I founded in 1836. Yes, it's been going a long time. Almost as old as the science of botany itself, which really only started going in the late 18th century. Cookie Jar says, disappointing, but probably for the best that it isn't made of cheese. The pros of Cheese House would be outweighed by the cons in the long run. This is what I keep saying. I mean, for a start, you've got passing animals and insects and possibly even people eating your house. You've got the structural instability of cheese. You've got any kind of storm, your house is just gone. You've got the smell. I mean, think about it. The cheese isn't going to stay fresh for very long. Izzy says, I'm fairly certain the inaccuracies are intentional to ensure no real organisations or people are defended. Yeah. Obviously, it's not going to be real. The bit that I'm not happy with, Izzy, is the suggestion that this level of discrimination existed when I don't think there's any real historical evidence that it did. So people are going to play this game and come away from it thinking that that's what it was like, and it's not that there wasn't discrimination, but the way this game is portraying it is not accurate. It makes it sound like you couldn't become a botanist as a woman in the late 19th century. And if you were fortunate enough to be born into a rich family, you very much could. I'm not going to pretend that it was there was any equality in the situation. But it was very much dependent on class and not gender. This is the thing. What you got to know about Victorian England is it was a very, very class-based society. You wouldn't catch a working class person doing botany, but you would very much catch an upper class person doing botany regardless of their gender. Field Trip Journal, 30th of July, 1862. Today marks the beginning of an intriguing adventure as I join Professor John Montague, his wife Anne Montague, and fellow botanist Robert Brown on our field trip to study British meadow orchids. Everyone's enthusiasm for the subject is infectious. 3rd of August. They haven't put the R in third. It's the 3rd of August, 1862. Today, Professor Montague gathered all of us to examine a southern marsh orchid. Though upon arrival, I noticed it had a much more hooded appearance and could be a new species entirely. When I pointed this out, Professor Montague laughed and explained he was simply testing us. So, southern marsh orchid is a real flower. It's on the list of flowers of the day that you can redeem. I think we might have even covered it on this stream before. It is very similar to other orchids, including the northern marsh orchid. The best way to distinguish the southern and northern marsh orchids is where you are in the country. If you're in the north, it's going to be a northern marsh orchid. If you're in the south, it's going to be a southern marsh orchid. Rumours of the existence of a Midlands marsh orchid have yet to be confirmed. But yeah, this part is actually realistic. Not the suggestion that it could be an entirely new species. I think even by the late 19th century they'd figured out all the species of orchids. But what they do like to do is hybridise. So you could have a hybrid of southern marsh with early purple or common spotted or any of a number of other species. And that would look a bit different to a southern marsh orchid. I think what they saw on this field trip was a hybrid. That would be my intuition. Unfortunately, the we can't look at any more pages of this journal. That's all. So I don't know what it actually was, but I reckon it was a hybrid. Okay, we have some boards. Repair stairs. I mean, surely somewhere else in the estate there must be some planks. Like, we could have done that from up here, but never mind. We have repaired the I mean, I use the term repair very loosely. I think you're probably still going to want to get a builder in to look at this. And possibly remove this plant, which may well have contributed to the collapse, since it seems to be growing through where the stairs used to be. I was hoping I might be able to eat an orange, but it seemed to be the case. Okay, well, the main thing that we managed to get hold of there was some seeds. This one, the wolf glove. We have a wolf glove seedling. Now, this is the one that, in order to germinate it, you have to subject it to exactly the right strength of wind. And I think we're supposed to use this tower for that purpose. Hello, Liari, welcome in. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. It is a floating water plantain. We can also add the final clue, the coin collection to this. So now we have all the clues for Wolfcliff. And hello, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming a lesser bladderwort as your flower of the day. Now then, what we need to figure out is where this plant grows. That will tell us the wind speed we need, and then we can consult this guide to see how to obtain that wind speed using the opening and shutting different windows on the tower. So it's one of these, and I noticed that there were a number of these places mentioned on the collectible coins. Not all of them, but many of them. And I suspect that's how we figure it out. But what I haven't figured out yet is how to narrow it down to which specific plant it is, which specific mountain it is. This is the thing that says we were lost on a hike, but it kind of omits where it was they were hiking. And I think the link we need to use is the fact that this stamp has this sheep's head with a star on it. And I believe that same symbol was on one of the coins. Don't remember which one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Okay. And that was Weisshorn in Switzerland. So is that one of the options for this? Yes, it is. Okay, so I think this is where the plant grows, which means that we need a wind speed of 40 feet per second in our tower, which means we need to do test number 5, which means we open the first, third, and fourth windows, and then go up to the fourth floor. So, and don't forget to take our plant with us. Hello, Sarah with stars. Best Sarah, best Sarah. Sarah says, "Hey, darling Emma, I'm lurking and playing Tomb Raider super badly, cheering for you. Sarah, I hope the super bad Tomb Raider playing goes well." Everybody, Sarah with stars doesn't just play Tomb Raider super badly in her own time. She also streams. And you should all follow her because she is amazing. And so I have provided a link for you to do just that. You press the button and then the follow happens, and then Sarah is happy and we're all happy. Best Leia! Hello, Best Leia, Best Tortilla, Best X, Best 3 instead of an E. Leia says, "Hi, happy Friday." It hasn't been a happy Friday for me so far, but I'm glad you're here, Leia. My day is always improved when you're here, and that goes for Sarah as well. Hope you are doing okay. Thank you for redeeming Common Comfrey as your flower of the day. What did Sarah Stars got? Thrift as her flower of the day. Elfie got Lesser Bladderwort. Well, thank you so much for all those. Leia says, hopefully all the UKers are staying safe and out of the wild weather. Yes, there is a particularly bad storm happening. The worst of it, I think, was earlier today, but into the weekend as well. The worst of it is in Scotland and Ireland, especially the west coast of Scotland and Ireland, where the weather is hitting the hardest. They've reported winds of up to 100 miles an hour, which is quite a lot. We don't usually get winds that strong here in the UK. Here, where I am, I'm relatively sheltered. I am in the southwest, but I'm inland. So we've had strong winds, but like normal winter strong winds. You know, the sort of weather we get 2 or 3 times a year. It's Scotland and Ireland that have it really bad. Tiny Toxic Tofu, another streamer in our community, said she wasn't at work today, and generally the weather was really bad. She is Irish. Leia says it's on our news that most of the UK has a weather statement issued. Yeah, well, to clarify that, Leia, we have a system of weather warnings, and there's 3 levels to it. There's a yellow, an amber, and a red warning. Most of the UK has a yellow warning this weekend. But yellow warning is just like the weather's quite bad. Just here, just so you know, the weather's quite bad. Like we get a yellow weather warning every few weeks, and we don't really think anything of it. Just, you know, don't plan a picnic that day. The amber and the red are more serious. The red weather warnings are rare. We had one last year for South Wales and West Somerset. That's the red warning is like the danger to life one. That's the one that makes the emergency alert go off on your phone and that sort of thing. That's the only time I've been in an area with a red warning was last year. So Scotland and Ireland, parts of Ireland have the red warning. But the rest of the country is just yellow warning. It's just like, yeah, there's some wind. So, Izzy says I was in the amber warning. Yeah, so it's yellow, and then a bit nearer the storm it's amber, and a bit nearer the storm it's red, basically. So yeah, I don't think it makes Leia's news every time the UK has a weather statement issued, because that would be every few weeks. But the red ones are rare. It's not like Florida hurricane levels of wind, but it's It's more than we're used to. There'll be a lot of fallen trees and blocked roads and delays to rail and bus services and things like that. Altibago says, we only got a little bit battered by No Man. Thank you for the lurk cookie. And hello Brute Force, and also hello Best Panda. Both of you, welcome. Greetings from me and Lana. Hope you and everyone is doing well, Gertrude. I won't keep being negative. I had a bad day at work, but I'm doing okay apart from that. And I'm very glad you're all here. And I hope you don't mind me chatting a lot whilst occasionally playing this botany game, because I think that's what the stream is going to be. And yes, everybody, if you're not already following Best Brute and Best Panda, they are also amazing, amazing streamers. Right, first, third and fourth windows we need to open. So this one needs to be open. This one needs to be closed. This one needs to be open. And this one needs to be open. But the fifth one needs to be closed. We need to go up here and close this one. And then it says we need to go to the fourth floor. So we need to go back down again. The wind should be 40 feet per second. We don't know that because our broken anemometer is broken. It doesn't actually seem to be germinating, so we might have done something wrong. Leia says, I saw an Instagram reel with a man from Scotland standing on his porch having a cigarette and nothing is happening, and he goes, is this why I can't get a Tesco meal deal today? Well, there's a couple of things there. Just because it's not windy where he is doesn't mean it's not windy where the Tesco is, or where the employees of Tesco would need to drive in order to get to work. Or that it's that time of day. If there's a red warning at any time during the day, then typically businesses will close for the day, even if it's not windy for the whole day. So I'm sorry for the Scottish guy's lack of meal deal. But great value though the meal deals are, which is unquestionable. I don't think it's worth risking your life to get one. You can always get one tomorrow. Leia says, oh okay, I like the colour system like a caution kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how long that's been around. I don't remember them as a child, so it must be fairly recent. I like the colour system, kind of a caution kind of thing. Izzy says, I say was, it's still active for the next hour. Yes. And then tomorrow I think is a bit calmer, and then the wind picks up again on Sunday. But not like 100 mile an hour, only like a bit of wind. Right, what am I doing wrong here? Wind speed 40 feet per second on the fourth floor with first, third and fourth windows open. Oh, wait, hang on. There's something very subtle about this picture which I didn't notice. So we're looking at test 5 of 6 on the left. That bottom window is only half open. I assumed it was just to open those windows, but no. The left half of... I don't know if it matters if it's the left or right half, but the left half of the window is shut. Left half as we would be looking at it. Right half from the outside. So I think I did it wrong. Harry says, it was a bit windy, some strong gusts. It looks like the storm hit further north. I'm pretty much as far inland as you can get in northern England. Yes, Harry is quite well sheltered where he is. So, if we shut that, and then go to the 4th floor, maybe that will work. Brute Force, are you eating the Emmas? Did you really sit and listen to Lana explain not to eat the pandas and decide that eating the Emmas would be okay, Brute? Is that a thing that you did? Because I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to say, no eating the Emmas. Emmas are not food. Hugging the Emma is allowed. Giving flowers to the Emma is allowed. Eating the Emma is not allowed. Hope I could clear that up. Leia says, we only really get those for Amber Alerts here when a kid's been abducted. Once when I was in Florida, I got one because I was about to drive into a tornado. I appreciated the heads up. Yes, a lot of places now have emergency alerts for severe weather. In theory, they also have emergency alerts for, like, wars or nuclear attacks or whatever, which hopefully they never have to use. I think in theory they exist. But the UK has only had a phone emergency alert system for a couple of years. Oh, there we go. Okay, that was what we had to do. We have grown the flower. We have grown a wolf glove. It is a bit like a big fox glove, isn't it? I can see why he came up with that. It's not a real flower, but I can see why they came up with that name. The wolf glove grows in Mount Weisshorn, where the weather is just right. When the wind hits its tubular petals, a howling sound can be heard. Mountaineers are familiar with this flower and use it to navigate on foggy days. Well, isn't that nice? Now, let's get out of this wind, shall we? Yeah, we've only had an emergency alert system on our phones for a couple of years. During the COVID pandemic, the government did send a text message to everyone saying there's a lockdown going on, stay at home. But that wasn't by an emergency alert system, that was just, they just told all the phone operators, you need to send this text to everyone. And then they did a test alert a few years ago, and now they've actually started using them. Where shall I put the flower? Let's put the flower... No, I can't put it there. Let's go and put it on the fountain. There we go. A little icon has popped up underneath my face cam saying Gatehouse delivery. I think we need to head back there next. Something exciting has arrived. Maybe now it's my Amazon package. It hasn't come yet. Izzy says it's looking more and more like this storm naming season is going to make it to I. My vengeance will be complete. Are we going to have Storm Izzy? I will definitely not be going anywhere during that one. Sorry, just catching up with chat. This game unfortunately mutes the music if you tap out. Brute Force says sorry to hear, sending you hugs. No problem, Brute. Leia says we love a good chat. No, you see, Leia is a Nespar viewer. And in fact, not just a Nespar viewer, but a long-time friend of Nespar. and is therefore well acquainted with idly chatting with people instead of playing video games. But not necessarily everybody else feels that way. So I do want to get some gameplay done as well. Okay, what do we have that's new? This? Yes. Dear sister, I am so glad to hear you have returned safely from your travels. While you were away, I changed the code for the library door lock each time I visited, as I know some of Grandmother's valuable items are kept in the secret vault. The new code for the door is the 3 initials of my name to make it easy for you to remember. I hope we can meet soon. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures. Your loving sister, Elizabeth. So let me get this straight. The postman has opened and read this letter, which contains all the information necessary to break into the library and steal our grandmother's valuable items. I'm afraid the security measures at Botany Manor leave much to be desired. Like, I know it says initials and it just says Elizabeth, but this would have been addressed to me by name, which would have told you the other initials. Leia says, sadly they follow a pattern here for naming hurricanes. I, for one, would love to name hurricanes LOL and nail polish colours. So I believe the system they use for naming storms here is the same as the one they use for naming hurricanes in North America, which is to say that they pick names and then start from A and work through the alphabet, which does actually cause some problems. They've actually studied this and found out that hurricanes that have female names are taken less seriously by the general population, which is incredibly stupid to think about, but there we go. It also means, you get sometimes you get names that are a bit old-fashioned and people are going, there's a storm called such and such, we're not going to take it seriously. I guess it works as a system. But yeah, they do cycle through different names every year. So if there hasn't already been a Hurricane Izzy, I'm sure there will be in future. And probably a Hurricane Leia as well. Leia says, now that you've mentioned it, we had one sent in error to us about a nuclear power plant being in some kind of emergency situation, and it was immediately recalled, but it was a little bit of a brown pant wearing day for sure. Yeah, I can see that. I think Hawaii accidentally, they were trying to send a test message for the missile attack alert system in Hawaii, and they accidentally sent a real message. And everyone in Hawaii assumed that they were going to die and war had broken out. Actually, hadn't. I'm not sure what good sending the message would do if it had, but there we go. Yeah, so sorry. I'm still somewhat recovering from this virus I had in December. Like, my voice is still... I realise it's not that big of a deal, but my voice is a lot more croaky than it normally is, and that does annoy me, like, from a gender dysphoria perspective, so I hope it stops soon. My voice never used to be this bad. Izzy says we are. Storm Izzy is the eye this year. Yeah, Storm Izzy is the eye this year. I was saying I don't know if we'll ever get to Hurricane Izzy. Because we don't usually get hurricanes here, we just get storms. But maybe. Leia is a lover of conversation. LT Bago says, not sure we will make it to fellow Emma enjoy a storm Wren, though. Well, climate change is going to lead to more and stronger storms of all types throughout the world, because higher temperatures mean more energy in the atmosphere, which means higher wind speeds. And there is already a definite trend of an increase in the number of hurricanes per season throughout the 20th century and into the 21st. So you never know. I think we probably will one day, Tibago. Leia says, the postman cannot be opening other people's mail. That is a federal offence, postman. It's not a federal offence because we are in the UK here and there is no such thing as federal offences. It is a crime, though. And a stereotypical British policeman will be along shortly to arrest the postman. Get it together, post-carrier training 101. So in my job, which is working for a printing company, we work quite closely with the Royal Mail, as you might imagine. And I think they could all do with a bit of post-carrier training 101, if I'm honest. LT Bago says, just as long as we don't let the British public name them, we have a certain sense of humour about naming things. That is how you get Stormy McStormface. I mean, Stormy is a name, right? As in Stormy Daniels. That's a person. So we could get Stormy. And we wouldn't even have to deviate from the name thing. But yeah, Stormy McStormface, if the British public were allowed to have their way, as long as accompanied by probably various other storm-related puns. If Stormy Daniels would be one of them, probably. Leia says, wow, that's wild and kind of not surprising. And I am a hurricane every day. Are you really there? Does the weather forecast for your area start every day with, and yes, please be sure to steer clear of Leia's house. We're expecting high winds there this afternoon. Because that would be a bit inconvenient for your neighbours, I would think. Harry had the same idea as me. Hurricane McHurricane face. Yes. Thank you, Harry. It's just occurred to me that I probably need to go. Where was it? In here. I'm looking for a specific thing. Elizabeth. We know her name is Elizabeth. And we know that our surname is Green. So there's a three-letter code we need for the library door. And it's Elizabeth's initials. So the first letter is obviously E. And the third letter is obviously G. But there was something around here somewhere that had had Elizabeth's full name, which would tell us the second initial, and I can't remember where it was, but it was in one of these rooms. Lana says, I thought hurricanes only got female names. I don't know about hurricanes, but storms certainly don't only get female names, they get a mixture. We had Storm Dennis a few years ago. Alana the panda, an actual panda, not just hi from Brute Force's account because I'm sitting across the room from him and he's on his phone watching Twitch. An actual panda. Hello, best panda. Hug to you. And maybe even a shout out. I've enjoyed a lot of Lana's streams recently. She played Red Dead Redemption 2, which is possibly my favourite RPG stream series I've ever watched. And then she played Black Mesa, which was a lot of fun. And now she's playing The Witcher 3, which we are also enjoying. So if you want more of that, go and follow Best Panda. You will not regret it. There was something somewhere that had a full name on it. I can't remember where it was. Excuse me while I wander around this place again, looking for things. Because yeah, there is definitely something. If I was going to suggest an improvement to this game, and I like it in general, but it would be good if you could click a clue in this book and bring up that document immediately rather than having to actually go and find the document again. So this is from Elizabeth, but it doesn't have her name in either. Thought there was something in one of these rooms that had the full names. There was like a silhouette photo thing. Can't remember where it was. Leia says, "Oh my god, yes, I remember that." In reference to the Hawaii false alarm thing, people like resigned themselves to their lives being over and just got wasted in their roofs waiting for the end. And then the government was like, "Just kidding." Yeah, well, let that be a lesson to you. Never believe what the government says. Generally good advice to live by. This goes double if you happen to live in the United States at the moment, but it's true for any government, really. Leah says, I recently heard what you folks call pulp, the kind in orange juice, and I choked. Cool pulp in orange juice. I wasn't aware we had a special word for the pulp in orange juice. Other than, like, bits. Orange juice with bits in. I've heard people say that. Yeah, I'm not sure what word that is, actually. Maybe someone else knows what is meant there. Hello. What's all this? Yeah, exactly, Leia. That is exactly the sort of policeman that will shortly be turning up. One of those old-fashioned blue uniforms with the brass buttons and the big helmet. Which, of course, is exactly what all British policemen still look like. Does this stay open now? Because it shut itself before. I figured it was a one-way door. No, it does actually seem to have stayed open this time. Interesting. Yeah, I can picture the thing I'm looking for. I just can't remember where in the house it actually was. We might just be wandering around for a bit until we find it. Stormy is Kylie Jenner's daughter's name. Stormy, yes. Yes, exactly. There are multiple people called Stormy. It's not just one of them. So yes, Stormy. I expect to be coming up in the next few years. El Tibago says, wasn't there a family tree somewhere? Oh, there was. Yes, there was a family tree by the entrance. I was thinking of something else. I'm sure we saw some silhouettes with people's names on. But you're right, actually. The family tree is probably a better option. I forgot about this thing. Right, where's Elizabeth? Okay, there she is, Elizabeth Ann Green. Yeah, this is probably where we were supposed to look. Sorry about that. Yes, so EAG is going to be the code. I'm not imagining those silhouettes, though. I don't know where they were. Okay. EAG. I mean, these only go up to I, so it's effectively a 9-digit combination. So A through I is only 9. So there's not even 1,000 combinations. There's only like what's 9 times 9 times 9, whatever that is, combinations. Izzy says, what's interesting is that opening individual letters intended for other people after it's been delivered only actually became a punishable offence in 2000. It depends. It depends on whether you do anything malicious with the information that you gain by opening the letter. That was always a crime. Like, for example, if somebody moves house and doesn't forward their post, and then the new owner gets the letter and they open it in order to see what it is, in order to tell the sender that this person doesn't live here anymore, then that's kind of a grey area. But yeah, opening it, seeing that it's a new credit card, and then immediately going and using it has always been a crime. That's always been fraud. But yeah, it just wasn't a specific offence of opening the letter. Thank you for the shout out, says Lana. No problem, best panda. I always try to shout out my streamer friends. Leia says, our PM just resigned and our Premier just called an election. It's going to be a time. Yes, Leia is from Canada for context. It is going to be a time, hopefully a slightly better time than the United States is having right now. But it is going to be a time, that is for sure. We're having quite a time over here, to be honest. Juicy bits, orange juice with juicy bits. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that probably is what people call it. But LT Bago says, I need one of those Lana buttons. And Lana asks what buttons. And LT Bago says the one that Brute always uses when he wants to backseat you. The Lana what one? Yes, so Lana the Panda has a number of sound alert redeems on her stream. Including, of course, the famous bombastic side-eye. But she has many more as well. That is one of the reasons to follow Best Panda. Is you get to play with all the alerts. She even has a voice changer as well, so you can make her voice sound funny. I haven't put put sound alerts on my stream because I don't want to. A lot of people find them overwhelming if they're overused, and a lot of lurkers don't like them. And some people specifically who I know watch the stream have said they don't like when they're overused. So I haven't put any on the stream. Maybe I should, but you know, if I'm behind with chat, I'm behind with chat. I will catch up. I just I'm not necessarily reading your message immediately, and I if you really urgently needed to contact me for some reason, then you would message me on Discord rather than in stream chat, I would think. But yeah, I generally don't want to be spoiled by puzzle games. I want to take my time and find my own way. So there isn't really a need for such a mechanism. Like if I want hints from chat, I will ask for hints from chat. And so then obviously I'll be reading chat. So it's not quite the same situation. We don't really have a meme sound redeem like the Bombastic Side-Eye in Lana's stream. I probably don't want to have one. I'm not sure, but I don't want to upset any viewers who don't like that sort of thing. LT Bago says I meant for Emma, not that she's often this behind in chat. I mean, I am quite often behind in chat. I'm not far behind in chat, T-Bago. Hello, Ren. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Scott's Lovage, which I'm sure you'll agree is an interesting name for a flower. Leia says a criminal offensive side-eye. And Lana says, makes sense, you should create one T-Bago. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, T-Bago, you have your own channel, which you're totally going to stream on any day now. So why don't you put a bunch of sound alerts on your stream, and then that gives us a reason to go there. Leia says, you need a bat phone like Batman. I mean, Discord will probably suffice. Are you saying I need an equivalent of the bat signal, like projecting a searchlight into the sky, but it's a silhouette of a flower? Is that what you're saying I need, Leia? Quick, summon the botanist. Send the botany signal. Harry says there are a few streams where if I'm listening at work, the alerts can be a bit too loud or too much. Yes, that I tried to avoid it for that reason, Harry. Yes. Need the James May cheese noise. T-Bago, I think you're confusing me with a different streamer. I think you're confusing me with a certain rat of a most persuasion, who in fact already has the James May cheese noise on her own stream. Now, to be fair, it's not a redeem. You do have to spend 5 bits to say it, which I think is probably for the best. For the uninitiated, James May is a British TV presenter who is known for Top Gear, but yeah, there's this clip of some other program he was doing where he just slams a block of cheese down on the table and says, cheese. And I've never watched the full thing, so I don't know the context. But cheese is not part of my branding, T-Bago. I'm a botany streamer. My branding is flowers and plants and pretty things like that. Ratmost's branding is cheese, not mine. I'm not stealing ideas from other streamers. Leia says we cannot talk about that dairy product here. You're going to get us in trouble. I know, right? I know. This is the problem. Tibago says I have a bunch of sound alerts on my stream. Do you actually? I've never actually looked at your redeems because you can't redeem sound alerts unless the stream is actually live. Oh, you do, yes. Yeah. You do. Well, Tibago, why don't you stream? Then we can use them. We've got all these wonderful alerts here. And you've got a profile picture of the nice little axolotl, and you've got an offline screen, and you've got some rules, and you've got a bio with panels on it, and you've got sound alerts. I'm a mod for some reason. I didn't realise I was a mod in Tibago's channel. You keep changing your game category to something funny. It's currently nuns with guns. Right, that's it. I'm doing a shout out to El Tibago. He's never streamed before, but if we do enough peer pressure, we can persuade him to. Everybody go and follow El Tibago. He's actually really, he's got 47 followers, so if there's 3 people watching who aren't following him who go and follow now, that will get him to 50. And then he can do VIP badges and potentially qualify for affiliate once he's actually done a couple of streams. So yeah, everybody go follow El Tibago right now because he would be an amazing streamer. He doesn't believe me, but he would be an amazing streamer if only he had the confidence to press that stream button. He has a camera and a mic and a stream deck and plenty of games to play and a decent PC and all the things that you need to be a streamer. Leia says immediately making contact. Call the mayor. Turn on the light. Yes, the botany signal. Harry says James May's YouTube content is not bad if you enjoy his sort of stuff. Okay, I've never actually watched it. I watched, Top Gear back in the day when it was Clarkson, Hammond and May. I haven't watched it since it stopped being them, and I'd never watched the Grand Tour because that was only on Amazon. And I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things they said on that program, like their anti-climate change stance. But you can't deny that they were incredibly funny. And Leia says, for the record, I think the C word is pretty. The word cheese. It's a particularly pretty word. And the thing it refers to isn't particularly pretty either. A slightly yellow, slightly squidgy block of smelly food that is basically gone off milk. Is not exactly what I would call pretty. Leia says, I just followed you now, so you gotta, it's time. How many followers is Tibago at now? 48, yes, okay, 2 more. 2 more people need to follow Tibago. We need to get him to 50 followers. I suspect a lot of people here have already followed him. People like Harry, I'm sure, have already followed. Well, that's one way to announce that you're here, Nespa, by clipping my stream and not even saying anything. Nespa, thank you for clipping my stream out of context, presumably, because you've labelled that definitely a cheese stream, which it absolutely is not. It is a botany stream. How can this not be a botany stream? We're literally playing Botany Manor. But hello, Nespa. Welcome in Best Nest, Best Pa, Best the Nespa. Plays NES games and other Nintendo games featuring Mario, Donkey Kong and other such Nintendo IPs. on original hardware, and is probably deserving of a shout out. We'll have to wait though, because guess who just raided in? It's the amazing Rooney. Rooney, hello. Rooney, thank you so much for your raid. And hello to Harry and Kerjo and Rooney and any other raiders who came in. Rooney, I'm so sorry I couldn't drop by your stream today. I do try to at least drop by, even if I can't stay, but I was really, really busy at work today. I've had a pretty horrible day. So, please do let us know what you were streaming and whether it was successful. Rooney plays a lot of RPGs. Watched him play Red Dead Redemption recently. That was fun. I am a little behind in chat, so I'll try and catch up before we continue with the game. Leia says we're just discussing our shared love of chatting to Nespar. Yes. Now, if you think I'm bad at getting behind with chat, please go to a Nespar stream and then you'll realise actually I'm not that bad. Leia says you'll all be surprised to hear the Nespar and I were tossed from class several times because we couldn't shut up together. That doesn't surprise me at all, Leia. And it's perhaps just as well that you're both only on the internet and I can keep you at arm's length and not end up chatting all day. Leia says there was the third part to our trifecta who would also sometimes get thrown out too, but mostly the Nespar and I. Well, thank you, Nespar, for redeeming your flower of the day, and welcome in, and I hope your week is going okay. And Rooney, I hope your week is okay. And Kerjo, I hope your week is okay. And don't forget, if you'd like a flower, it's only 10 channel points. And yes, thank you everybody for being so nice to our raiders. Rooney says, started and working our way through the last DLC for Control today. Oh, you're on the last DLC already. You are making good progress, Rooney. I hope you're enjoying that game. Spurs says thank you for the shout out. And Rooney, thank you for redeeming your flower. Leia says we are elite conversationalists. Nice word, conversationalists. 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 Kerjo, thank you for redeeming a flower. Your first ever flower of the day. Yes, every stream you come to, you get a random British wildflower and you can slowly build up a wildflower collection. Your flower today is oxlip. Leia says oxlip, how odd. Leia, have you heard of the flower called cowslip? A lot of people would pass that as cow slip and have in their mind, is this plant like a banana peel? Do cows step on it and fall over? But no, it's cow's lip. The flower is supposed to look like a cow's lip. So oxlip is derived from the same thing. And it is a close relative of cowslip and also primrose. Primrose people might be a bit more familiar with. Very common British wildflower. One that I even have a emote for. That's a primrose. Primrose and cowslip are quite closely related, and they can hybridize to form what's called false oxlip, which looks like an oxlip, but it isn't. It's a hybrid of primrose and cowslip. So all three of those species are very closely related. El Tibago says, is Nessie's name Yappy McYapface? Now, I think we've all established, Tibago, that her name is Bertha. So, yeah, it's... my first flower, says Gojo. Yes, your first flower. And Lana, thank you for redeeming Dwarf Gorse as your flower of the day. Dwarf Gorse is like gorse, but smaller. No surprises there. Leia says to LT Vago, that's her government name. Yes, don't tell anyone. What, Yappy McYapface? I like how everyone uses the term government name. Somebody on a stream the other day said that Gertrude was my Twitch government name, and that Emma was my real name. Like, if anything, Emma is my government name because that's the name the government knows me as. I don't understand what's going on. Kojo says, I've heard of cowslip. Yes, that's a much more common. Oxlip is actually quite rare. It's only found in a few parts of the country. Cowslip is quite common. Lana says, I forgot again. Lana is always forgetting her flower, but that's okay. And if you go to Lana's stream, instead of flowers, you get bamboo. So if you go there, be sure to pick up your daily bamboo. And at the end of the year, Lana has a prize draw thingy where the more bamboos you collected during the year, the more chance you have of getting a prize. And I didn't get a prize. So all that bamboo for nothing. I don't have anything like that on my stream, but I do have... I have a thing where I give VIP badge to the person with the most flowers. So that's something. We have a lady slipper. Oh, is a flower? Yes, yes, you do. You haven't heard of oxlip. Kojo says, mainly because of the book Watership Down, which I read when I was 12. It's my first big book. Yes, I can imagine it being in there. Right, what am I missing here? Because what feels like hours ago, when I was actually playing the game, I thought we had to do Elizabeth's initials, which would be EAG, and I put EAG into the lock and it didn't work. So, what am I doing wrong here? The new code for the door is the 3 initials of my name to make it easy for you to remember. Okay, your loving sister Elizabeth. The first one is obviously E. And that's her there. Elizabeth Ann Green. That's EAG, surely. Oh, is that not the answer? No. Okay then. Emma is doing something wrong. Leia says people are spending too much time looking at bovine mouth things. A lot of plants, a surprising number of plants are named after bits of animals that they look like. You've got crane's bill, you've got crow's foot, you've got bird's foot trefoil, you've got cat's ear, you've got mouse ear. I don't know why that's how it works. You name plants after bits of animals. You don't name bits of animals after plants, but animals after bits of plants. But yeah, that's how it works, I guess. Brute Force, thank you for redeeming your flower. Nespa says, I don't redeem flower when I lurk because then I will certainly start chatting like now. I won't be able to stop or something like now. Nespa, you are allowed to redeem your flower and not chat. It's fine. I will say hi to you if you redeem it, but then I won't talk to you anymore. But there's also a quiet hello. You can do this. If you use that, then I won't say your name, even if you redeem your flower. You can do that and redeem your flower, and I won't say your name unless you chat. So if you'd rather not get called out for being here, then I can do that. Rooney says, gonna lurk while I get myself some much needed food. Rooney, thank you once again for the raid and enjoy your lurk. Leia says... Leia says, oh, because panda, I get it. Oh, you were thinking, why does Lana have bamboo as a redeem? Yes, because she's a panda, obviously. Nespar says, look, and Eltivago says, nice try, but unlucky. No, please do not hassle the Nespar. Let the Nespar go on lurk if Nespar wants to go on lurk. Leia says, you're going to get in trouble. Better behave yourself. You better believe it. Are we starting cheese puns, Leia? Is that where we are? Is that where we are in this stream? We've got to the cheese puns already. We've still got 3 hours to go. Leia says, I don't know what just happened, but that clip just started playing in the background 10 times about cheese that shall not be named. Did you open it in another tab, Leia, and forget? Kurjo wonders why straw doesn't produce strawberries. Because straw is just dead grass, and grass doesn't produce anything. Also, rasp doesn't produce raspberries. Blue doesn't produce blueberries. And black doesn't produce blackberries. So why would it? Both Nespar and Leia have pressed the nothing button, which hang on, I won't show my OBS, but if I just like do a screen capture, it's not working because Windows. Yeah. The name of that blank redeem has a right to left directional override character in. So it's actually right to left in OBS as well. So instead of 11 minutes ago, it says Ogre Satunium 11, the Nespar. So thank you for the Ogre Satunium 11. And Leia, thank you for the Ogre Satunium 2. It's fun breaking software, isn't it? And Leia says geese don't produce gooseberries. The schnazberries taste like schnazberries. Okay, that's a reference to something I don't know. Leia says it just says 03. So the reason it says 03 is it costs 30 channel points. And when you redeem something, it puts the cost next to it. So if I was to redeem Flower of the Day, see it says Gertrude redeem Flower of the Day 10. But if I redeem the blank one, it says Gertrude redeemed 03. It also puts it the wrong side of the icon. So it puts it before the leaf instead of after, because it's turned the text around right to left. Fortunately, it doesn't reverse your username and the word redeemed. Otherwise, we'd have to look at people's names backwards and realise that Leia's name backwards is Alitrote X Hale. And if you thought that was bad, Nespa's name backwards is Absenteth. LT Bango says, unless you have 7TV or something which displays correctly. Oh, well, yes, if you have these fancy, obviously an extension developer is going to be able to produce a better product than Twitch itself. This is the way of things. Alitrot sounds fun, yes. Look at that, I've caught up with chat. Also, I got a flower. I never actually redeem flowers on my own stream because I don't. So it's nice to actually have one. I have a wild plum. Right, why is this not working? I definitely put her initials in. Is it wanting an H instead of a G because she's married? Maybe. I'll try that. Okay, that's what it was wanting. If she was so intent on being a feminist and showing the women's maiden names on the family tree, then why would she make the password her married name? Oh, never mind. Looks like we've gained access to the library. Not quite first try, Harry, but thank you. Okay, we have study locked, and we have another story above us. Oh, botanical allies. Okay, we're in the next section of the game. This is quite the library. Not quite. I mean, the average botanist does have a very large collection of books. Dr. Crouch has like a bookshelf with like a sliding door that takes up an entire wall of one room and contains not only an extensive library but also all the paper records for Somerset going back decades. But not anything quite on this scale. We have here. Can't read it, whatever it is. I am still concerned about all these candles left burning open flames everywhere. Like, in real life, this place would have burnt down by now. Several times over. The whole thing is made of wood and there's just candles left unattended everywhere. Hello Flisklert, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Thank you for the lurk. What on earth is Leia talking about? Hang on. I'm trying not to get distracted by chat, but Leia has just said that Nespar's name backwards sounds like one of those weird medications they advertise on TV, but don't give you enough details about. So you have to look it up, and then you find out it's shingles medication, but can also be used for erectile dysfunction. Can't say I would have much of a use for either of those, Leia. They do that here so they don't have to list side effects on TV. They're purposely vague, and then curiosity takes hold. So the system we have in the UK is that you're not allowed to advertise prescription medications on television. The US system baffles me. The whole, ask your doctor about this medication. No, you go to the doctor and the doctor decides what's appropriate for you to take, not television advertising. But of course it's America, so capitalism. Wonders of the Night Sky. Sadly, it's another fake book that I can't open. Not even the library is spared these fake books, so we don't get to learn the wonders of the night sky. This is a very nice stained glass window, although I was hoping for a view. I can just about make out through the stained glass that's that weird channel with the water in it and that shower thing. Also, cactuses. This is are good plants to have. If you don't have a garden, they will basically look after themselves. The Fox and the Crow. One evening, a fox was in search of something to eat for dinner. I'm going to move my face cam so everyone can read along. He saw the crow sitting on a tree branch, holding a big piece of tasty cheese in her beak. So the fox came up with a plan. He walked up to the crow and complimented her shiny black feathers. The crow was suspicious of the fox and kept her beak tightly closed on the cheese. The fox kept on charming the crow, describing her as the most majestic of all birds, with a big, strong beak. Oh, what a song that beak must make! It must be the song of a queen. Please, beautiful crow, let me hear it. Flattered by the praise, the crow forgot all about her suspicion, and also her dinner. So she opened her beak wide to utter the loudest caw, and down fell the cheese, straight into the fox's open mouth. So this is a cautionary tale for streamers. In the cheese here represents the game that you're playing, and the fox represents your viewers. So the fox will keep distracting. The viewers will keep distracting you, asking you to do things and complimenting you and so on. And as a result of that, you don't get to play the game that you wanted to play because you were distracted by the chat. So yeah, that's what this fable actually is about. It's about streaming. Hello, good karma. Welcome in. I don't think I've seen you here before. We were just hanging out earlier, weren't we? Good karma, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're having a good Friday. Good karma is a mod in Best Wildflowers stream. That's how we know each other. Wildflower, another amazing streamer. Another flower-themed streamer, as you might guess from her name. Leia says, in regards to advertising of prescription medications on television, truthfully, we may not be able to either, but we get like 80% American television. Yes. Ask your doctor if insert strange name of medication here is right for you. Yeah, that's what they always say, don't they? They can't literally say you have to take this, but they say ask your doctor. But then, of course, you show up to the doctor and people are hassling their doctor to prescribe them this one specific thing that probably isn't even the right medicine just because they saw it on TV. Altibago says, ask your doctor if a fully frontal lobotomy is right for you. I mean, if you voted Republican, it might be. Ren coming in with the pun. Cautionary. Yes. Thank you, Ren, for that. Nice to have a pun that isn't cheese related. Leia says they're purposely vague and then the curiosity takes hold. I think they did that with Saxenda. Say that out loud because you'd think it's for one thing, but it's not. Leia says side effects may include nausea, fatigue, upset stomach, rash, headache, constipation, diarrhea, hot dog fingers, insomnia, death, an empty wallet, bankruptcy. Yeah. There are some people who think that the UK should have an American-style healthcare system. Generally, people who stand to profit from it. I don't. Okay, what else is going on in this library? We have... What are these? They are buttons that I can press, so naturally I pressed them all. I don't think it worked. Okay, is this some sort of secret passage hidden in the bookcase, maybe, that we have to solve a puzzle for? That we can't climb. Actually, yeah, how do we get up to the top level? Probably worth investigating. There's a whole another area to the garden that we haven't even been to yet out there. We haven't been to that little thing yet. Oops. Hedgehog. Okay, here is the top level. Okay. So she has two copies of the Fables book. This is the same book, but she leaves them open to different fables on different floors. The Golden Fish. One bright morning, a poor fisherman caught a shining golden fish. The fish cried, "Please let me live. I am not a fish, but a prince, enchanted by a wicked spell." So the fisherman let the fish go free. When the fisherman's wife learned of this, she demanded the fish grant a wish in return for its freedom, a cottage instead of the hovel where they lived. So the fisherman returned to the shore, and the fish granted their wish. But the wife was greedy and demanded riches, a palace, and servants. All the while the ocean became darker and the shore was black with dirt. Finally, the wife wished to be so powerful that she could grant wishes for herself. In return for this greedy request, the fish revoked all of the wishes it had granted. After that, the ocean became blue again, the shore clean, and the fisherman never saw the golden fish again. See, what I would have done in the fish's position is I would have turned the wife into another wish-granting fish and say, there we are. You are now able to grant wishes for yourself. Also, you've got to be a fish. Side effects may include glowing sweat, says Izzy the penguin. Izzy will be able to relate to this. The list of side effects for hormone replacement medication are very long. But the most interesting part to me is because transphobia, hormone replacement isn't officially for use by trans people. It's for menopausal women who want to reduce the effects of menopause. So the leaflet that comes with the medication basically says, warning, this is for women only. Do not take it if you are male. It will turn you into a woman. So yeah, it's officially that's an unwanted side effect, but some of us may disagree with that. Glowing sweat is not one of the side effects of hormone replacement, though. You'll be pleased to know. Nor is children born with the head of a golden retriever, Leia. Leia says, after our chat about tea last week, I have had nearly a cup a day. Such a nice reuniting. I'm so glad to hear that, Leia. I don't know, you chat to one British person and suddenly you're drinking tea. What's going on here? The game is withholding the gazebo. I know, Ren. That's a sentence nobody's ever said before. Look, they're just saving the best bit till last. I'm certain of it. Leia says, the fisherman had those good drugs when the golden wish fish are talking. Well, it says that the fish granted their wish. This is the thing. I mean, if somebody tells me that there's a wish-granting fish in the ocean, then my initial assumption would be, yes, you're on drugs. But if they actually provide proof of that, then I would have to revise my worldview. Your company is respectfully solicited at a New Year's ball to be given at Somerset Hall. 4th of January 1860, supper is at 6 o'clock. Good music in attendance. E. Grimes, proprietor. Cousin, wash your hands and accompany me. You won't find a husband at the bottom of the garden. Well, speaking as a female botanist who is quite happy on her own and doesn't want a husband because she's asexual, piss off. I know how the protagonist of this game must feel. I'm not aromantic, but I'm only romantically attracted to women, so still applies to anyone trying to find me a husband. Izzy says, we're like, yeah, that's the point. Exactly. No, please, anything but that, says Ren. Leia says, in regards to drinking tea, I mean, I had before, obviously, but was inspired here last week. Wish number one, more drugs. Leia says, you might find a husband at the bottom of the garden, but who needs one of those? I mean, look, plenty of people are happy with a male partner in their life, and I would not wish to deprive them of that. But nobody should pressure anyone else to live their life in a certain way. Hare and the Tortoise. Okay, I think we've all heard of this one. At midday, a hare and a tortoise took a walk together. The hare moved quickly and noticed the tortoise struggling to keep up. The hare laughed and challenged the tortoise to a race. The tortoise accepted. A course was decided and the race began. The hare immediately leapt out of sight, but then laid down to take a nap, sure that the tortoise would never catch up. The tortoise plodded slowly on, making his way toward the finish line. When the hare awoke from his nap, he opened his eyes just in time to see the tortoise crawling slowly across the finish line. The proud hare had been so sure that he would win and underestimated the tortoise. As the tortoise crossed the finish line, he exclaimed, "Slow and steady wins the race." Disclaimer, this does not apply to most actual races. Ren says it would be a different kind of mystery if you find someone's husband at the bottom of the garden. This is true, and yes, this is not a murder mystery game, at least not yet. Who knows what the final chapter might have. Leia says, yeah, I have one, and like some days 0 stars wouldn't recommend. Listen, all I'm saying is you have to accept that queer people exist and you have to accept that asexual people exist. And not everybody falls into those categories, and that's fine. But some of them do. And there are also people who are neither queer nor asexual, but simply don't want to marry somebody. Marriage is a very traditional thing that has its problems sometimes. We should not pressure people into it. El Tibago says, what about alt-goth baddies? Can I find them at the bottom of the garden? Probably not in this game. I don't know about the bottom of your own garden, Tibago. Have you looked? You won't find any at the bottom of my garden. I don't think. Pretty sure I would have noticed by now. I'm not sure alt-goth was really invented in 1890. When did Mary Shelley write Frankenstein? Because that was arguably the start of modern goth as a thing, perhaps. But yeah, I don't think alt subculture existed in Victorian England. Alternative subcultures were not something the Victorians were really known for tolerating. We didn't even let other countries have their own culture. Never mind our own citizens. But yeah, I mean, Tibago, if you ever find a garden without alt-goth baddies in it, please do let me know, because I will be interested. Leia says, I love the way you say tortoise. This is truly the highlight of my day. Is that because of my accent, Leia? It didn't occur to me that tortoise was a particularly British-sounding word with my accent, but maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe it's the tea talking there. You've been drinking so much tea, you're starting to like British accents. That must be what it is. Leia says, what kind of bottom of the garden? Like 6 feet under? You might be too late. 1000% here. Yes, thank you, Leia, for agreeing. Tobago says, I will refrain from making the joke that comes to mind. Oh dear. Leia says, we burned them at the stake in 1890. No, witch burnings were quite a lot earlier than that, and also very few of them actually happened. Yeah, you're off by several centuries. 1890, we were somewhat civilized by then. Comparatively speaking. Kurjo says, time for me to get on and play something before it gets too late. Enjoy the botany and the chat. Yes, mostly chat at the moment. But thank you for being here, Kurjo. It was great to see you. Thank you for the raid. Leia says, if they were good at math, we yeeted them off a cliff. Again, not in 1890. In 1890, you know, that 1890 was like peak Victorian school children sat at desks with little inkwells in the corner, writing out sums for 6 hours a day. Like that was probably the single time in British history when we cared most about how good at math children were, compared to the anti-intellectualism of today. So again, you're a bit off the mark there, Leia. Leia says, left-handed witch, acne witch. So there was genuine discrimination against left-handed children right up until the late 20th century, possibly even beyond, but I haven't observed it personally since then due to not being a child anymore. In primary school, so around 5-6 years old, my teachers tried to correct my left-handedness to right-handedness. That was definitely a big thing in Victorian schools. Again, you had the desks with the pot with the inkwell in the corner, so you could only use your right hand, otherwise you were reaching across yourself. So, yeah, correcting left-handedness is definitely a thing that happened. You didn't accuse them of being a witch; they just tried to correct it out of people. Leia says, we say a tortoise. Tortoise. Yes, I mean, so do British people if they're speaking quickly. It's more like tortoise rather than tortoise. But I'm deliberately speaking slowly and clearly, especially when I'm reading something off of the screen, because I'm trying to do like a storytelling voice then. And also because, you know, people are listening to what I'm saying. People might be lurking, watching without listening without video, not watching without video. That would be pointless. People might be listening without video, and then they're just reliant on what I say. And not everybody here is a native English speaker. Certainly not everybody here is a British English speaker. So I try to be as clear as I can, even if it does mean saying tortoise. Leia says, not my grandmother making me sit on my left hand to make me an artificial right-handed person. Exactly, yes. And I don't think your grandmother thought you were a witch. It's just that's what was done in those days. People thought that left-handedness needed correcting. You could argue that it makes society very slightly more efficient if you only have to manufacture tools in one-handedness. But I feel like the decline in efficiency from people having to use their non-dominant hand all their life would more than cancel that out. Because hand dominance is an innate thing. You know, you can become better at using your non-dominant hand if you use it all the time, but it's still an innate thing. Leia says, my eldest daughter is a lefty. I often listen without video. I put my earbuds in and go about the day. It's nice to have a cozy voice in my ear. Well, again, I apologise for that virus I had, and my voice is... My voice is definitely not as cozy as it has been in the past. Hopefully it becomes cozy again soon. Right, did we read everything here? This is another fake book, The Rising Sun. Okay, and yeah, despite all these shelves, we can't actually read any of the other books on them. Right, what else is there in this area of the house? We looked at everything in there. I was expecting to find another seed, because every puzzle in this game so far has started off with you get a seed. And then you have to figure out how to germinate the seed. Modern methods of teaching. Okay. I think it's probably for the best that a book from the 1890s called Modern Methods of Teaching is not something we can read. How to hit your child with a wooden cane in order to discipline them. Would likely make an appearance in there. That's in British schools. That's something they only stopped doing in the 1970s, but they did stop. As opposed to certain other parts of the world where they're still doing it. A thank you card. Dear Lady Green, thank you kindly for the flower books you sent for my daughters. To this day, they still show an interest in learning more about plants and painting. I am keen that my daughters have access to a good education, so I hope you don't mind me putting it upon you that you might be able to teach them somehow. Your dedication and knowledge seems so rare and inaccessible elsewhere for young girls like mine. I hope you will consider my proposal. Sincerest regards, Olive Campbell. That's something that definitely hasn't changed, is the difficulty of... Certainly the difficulty of passing on specialist botanical knowledge from generation to generation. Because there's comparatively so few people interested in it. The worry is that, you know, if your life's work is stored in your mind and you lose it, because yes, you can write field guides and papers and stuff, but learning how to identify a plant is not just a case of reading a book with a description of that plant and then going, okay, yes, I now know that plant. You have to you have to have experience of seeing that plant, being told what it is, to get a feel. When there's things that look almost identical, you just have to kind of know the difference. And it's much, much harder to do that if you're trying to work purely from a book. I would not have been able to get to the point I am now without Dr. Crouch actually showing me how to identify things. So that is still a problem, finding people to teach you botany. Oh, wow, it is 2 hours already. Thank you, T-Bago. Time flies. Leia says, I had a similar virus and it took forever to finally clear. Had that minor congestion just to be enough to be annoying for weeks. The problem is my voice. My voice is much croakier than normal.
Jersey fern, Anagramma leptophila.
Leia says, looks super modern as someone who works in education. Corporal punishing for beginners. It's still in our system that adults in position of authority are permitted to apply reasonable force to correct or redirect undesirable behaviour as a consequence. Yeah, no, that's still a thing. And it's also in England specifically, it's completely legal for parents to hit their children. It's been banned in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and most other European countries, but it's still legal in England because we're run by, oh, it never did me any harm types, even though I think it probably did do them harm. So I was hit as a child, unfortunately. It's a bit of a sore point for me because had I been born a girl, I probably would not have been hit as a child. So it's another source of gender dysphoria for me. LT Vago, that is a lot of redeems you've just done there. Thank you for those. Are you not running out of channel points by now, doing those every week? Leia says, I jokingly would remind the high schoolers I work with of this, very jokingly, because A, I would never dream of hitting my own kid, never mind someone else's kids, and B, these kids were 6'6" and 280 pounds. Yes, I suppose that's a silver lining for the obesity crisis. People are less likely to hit kids now. Let's leave the game pointing at the window for a moment while I catch up with that. That is indeed all the redeems. It's legal here to reasonable force. Oh my god, debating this in post-secondary, I argued that people turned out okay, perhaps despite being hit and not because they were hit. My dad was a police officer, my mother was a nurse who worked for Children's Aid. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if one of your parents is a police officer, they have a very different perspective on society than most people would have. And it's easy for, I think it's easy for somebody in that role to kind of assume the worst or see the worst in society and maybe sort of reach the idea that everybody is constantly a criminal because that's what they see. They're dealing all day with people who are not following the law. And the 90% of people who do are not passing their vision. So I don't know. I feel like maybe their perspective is not quite a representative one. But then nobody's perspective is, so who knows? His dad was super strict Scottish. He had it tough when he was younger. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can imagine. Shall we do some redeems? Let's go to full screen. I'm not sure why I had the game up because I was just chatting through the whole of it, but let's go to full screen now. And in no particular order, we're going to drink water and stretch and get a blow high. Leia, did you just redeem drink water while I was drinking water? Look, Leia? Yeah, double water it is. Guess I better go and get some more water. Back in a moment.
The pretend Oxlip one. Lol.
Okay, not only do we have double water, we also have double botany. We're never finishing this game, are we? We're just never finishing this game. We're going to find something to distract us regardless. Okay, I will be back in just a sec when I get more water. Okay, we are back. Ren says, I will take one for the team and drink some water. I'm not sure if it works like that. Does it cancel out one of the redeems if a viewer does it instead? I mean, obviously, seriously, everybody please do stay hydrated and drink plenty of water, including Ren.
Whichever color, Leda for the goddess of swans.
Okay. Drink water is complete. Not the double botany, says Tibago. Oh, hello, Bomi34. Welcome in. Who says to Leia, I'm not following you, I swear it. Hey, lovely, and hey, Gertie. Hey there. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good Friday. We are playing a game called Botany Manor, but right now we are taking a little break. It's not much of a break. We're taking a break from Botany Manor to do some botany, which is not. Leia, thank you so much for redeeming Name a Plushie. Leia says, whichever colour, later for the Goddess of Swans. That is a great idea for one of our swans. We do have 3 swans. We have black, we have silver, and we have white. So I guess all we need to do is decide which colour gets that name. Leia, do you have a preference for which colour swan I name later? We can do a poll. Yeah, let's do a poll. Or is... Oh no, Leia says I like the black one. Okay, we'll name the black one later. Okay, we get the blacks. Black swan. So black swans, I believe, are native to Australia. Is that right? They're not native to the UK, but they are kept in the UK as ornamental birds. The town of Dawlish in Devon famously has black swans and has done for a long time. They're almost like a symbol of the town at this point, despite not being in any way native. When I was at university in York, York University has a big lake in the middle of the campus, and they had some black swans there. So I got to see them a lot, and one of my favourite things about black swans, their cygnets are much the same as mute swan cygnets, so they're fluff. I guess the thing they have before they have their feathers is grey. But they do the thing that the mute swans do as well, which is they will climb on their parents' back and get tucked under their wings and ride along on the water, which is really, really cute. And unlike mute swans, they're not mute. They make a noise. They make quite a high-pitched noise for such a large bird. I mean, this is a lot smaller than the real thing. For such a large bird, you would not think it would make such a high-pitched noise, which I thought was quite interesting. Because all the mute swans do is hiss at you. Yeah, for something called mute, they actually make quite a lot of noise, but it's all hissing. Hello, House Liger. Good to see you. I don't think I've actually seen you here before, so welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. We were hanging out today. We are doing a little interlude to our stream. I'm not actually going on a break or anything, but we were playing a game and we're just sitting here chatting. And our good friend Leia here has just decided to name this swan. So we now have Leda the Black Swan. We do still have other plushies that have not been named. So our plushie collection right now, we have... Still not used to the mirrored camera. We have Egg Potato Man from Monsters Expedition. We have Madeline from Celeste. We have Pebbles the Penguin. He's not from anything. He's just a penguin. We have Leda the Black Swan. We also have our silver and white swan friends. And we have our octopus, who is called What Tibago Said. And last but by no means least, we have the biggest softest plushie of them all, the one and only Blowhigh. And Tibago requested him 11 minutes ago, so I better go and fetch him now. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. Oop. Elsliger says, hi, yes, this is the first time I've been able to catch the stream. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoy it here. We have a really cozy little thing going on here, which I hope you enjoy. Leia says, I feel like I've been super distracting today. I'm sorry. Listen, Leia. I knew what I was getting into, okay? Your reputation precedes you. I know you love a chat, and that's absolutely fine. I like chatting on these streams as well. Sometimes I do try to make progress with the game, but then, that's on me. I can ignore chat and play the game if I need to. If I want to chat, then I'll chat. So absolutely don't worry about it, Leia, and chat as much as you like. Ausliger says, that's a great octopus. I love the Dwarf Romantic game back there. I'm playing it right now. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is Blowhigh and this octopus. These are both from IKEA. Blowhigh is quite famous. He's sort of become a trans meme. I don't know how it happened. But yeah, IKEA make these really nice big plushies. It's surprising. And I believe El Tibago has both of them as well. Dwarf Romantic. I have played the video game version of Dwarf Romantic a lot, both on and off stream. I managed to get to 1 million points in classic mode on stream. And I also have a speedrun world record in one of the 4 categories. I used to have it in 3 of the categories, but I've lost 2 of them now. But I still have one of them. I have not played. That's the Sakura version of Dwarf. There are 3 board games now. That one I have not played on stream, but the 2-player one, the Duel, I have played on stream. I played it with Harry, who is in chat, when he visited me 2 months ago. So I might be playing that one and also the original board game as well on stream at some point. Still need to decide if I'm going to do that. Yes, there is Best Harry. House Liger says, I am pushing 1,700 hours and 5.2 million points in my classic game. Oh, okay. I can probably find out who you are from the Steam leaderboard then. I think that's high enough up to be on there. Yeah, I could have easily gone further than 1 million. I think I have about 1,500 tiles in my tile stack in that game. So it was just, I got to the point where I felt like I'd done enough dwarfing. And I wanted to take a break from it. So on stream, I've done speedrun attempts. I did a lot of classic mode streams, working my way up to 1 million. I still occasionally stream it to do monthly modes. I haven't yet won a monthly mode. I've come second 3 times. I'm hoping eventually everyone forgets about the game and then I can finally come first in a monthly mode. House Liger says, I'm number 31 right now. Yeah, I think I'm like 400th or something now. 1 million is not as much as it used to be. Back when I started playing, which was about 6 years ago now. I started playing before the final release when the tile set was a bit different. Yeah, 1 million was a little bit more impressive back then. But now, yeah, now the top score is over 10 million, isn't it? Which is just crazy to me. I'm not sure my computer could even handle a dwarf of that magnitude. But yeah, that's impressive, House Liger. That's you're the highest scoring dwarf person I've spoken to in person. A streamer who I used to watch who isn't active anymore had about 3 million, I think. And there's also Luke Ainsworth. I don't know if you know him, House Liger. He I'm not sure if he's still number one in hard mode. He certainly was at one point. He got over 1 million points in hard mode, and he also has a hard mode run going, a perfect hard mode run, so every placement is perfect in hard mode. And I think he's the only person who's done that on like an endless run as well. So yeah, he's definitely one of the best dwarf players out there in terms of skill as opposed to high score. I think for the high score, it's more a test of just how long you spend playing the game. Once you reach a certain skill level, you're good enough to keep it going forever. Which, you know, that still absolutely takes skill. House Liger says, I like to play it while I'm having my pot of tea. I don't play the monthly or anything, just my same classic game. That's fine, you know. I think it's a really cozy game, and the fact you can just sit down and place tiles and take your mind off things, I really, really appreciate it for that. And I've used it for that purpose a lot in the past. Yeah, so there's those two people. There's also a streamer called Ophelia6277. She's not really playing Dwarf right now. She's doing a Mass Effect playthrough, but Dwarf has been a regular feature on her streams. I think she's hoping to get to 1 million eventually as well. But right now she doesn't have a particularly powerful PC, so it struggles to handle a big Dwarf map while also streaming. Not trying to be anything skill-wise, just love it. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like it's so good to meet another Dwarf romantic enthusiast, and not even when I'm doing a Dwarf stream. You know, I've as I say, I've streamed it many times before. Right, sorry, did I miss any chat before Liger came in? Because I kind of got distracted by the whole Dwarf thing. Leia says to Bomi, what a treat, 3 times a week. I'm going to buy some lottery tickets. Bomi says, fabulous Friday. Had a day off. Oh, that's good. I sadly did not. I had an absolutely terrible day at work, and my stream was now late starting because of it. But I'm hoping next week will be a little better. Leda and Aphrodite were goddesses of swans, yes. And Romy says distractions can be good. I learned fun facts on the goose. Leia chitching is you. Yeah, Leia is always chitching, but she's not the only one. We have lots of chatters, and you know this is not my stream is not the only chatty stream in my community either. Ophelia has lots of chatty streams sometimes as well, and that's good. You know, it's good to chat. Leia says, I do, and you're a great friend to chat with. Brute Force says, we like the black swan you have. If it's a swan, what is the swan's name? So the swan's name, as of 15 minutes ago, is Leda. I assume I'm saying that right. The silver and white swans are still as yet unnamed, so if anybody has naming ideas, you do have to save up lots of channel points for that one. I wanted to make it a more expensive one so that people would think of a nice name and not just say Swanee McSwan's face. But now I've said that, somebody's going to suggest Swanee McSwan face. So Bomi says, I'm going to get lost in Fortnite. Have a wonderful Friday. Okay, you might have already gone, but if you haven't, then thank you so much for dropping by, and I hope to see you again soon. I'm live every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, at least most weeks. I'm live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday if I don't have to cancel for mental health reasons like I did last week. House Liger says, sorry for monopolising. You are not monopolising, House Liger. Look, if you think you're bad, you should see when Leia gets started. I'm joking, though. I'm joking. Not at all. Always nice to have chatty people. Exactly. Lots of no brute force. Brute force. Brute force. We've been over this. No eating the pandas. Just because you're not on Lana's stream doesn't mean it's suddenly okay to eat pandas. That we have so many other things you can eat. Like I literally, you're subscribed to me, Brute. I literally have emojis that are fruit. Look, why don't you eat some nice blueberries instead? Today we are not eating any pandas or emmas, says Brute, immediately after eating some pandas. Lana, is Brute always like this? Is this the sort of thing you have to put up with your partner, doing these things? Is this what you have to put up with, Lana? Because I am so sorry for you that you have to do that. Pandas and emmas are friends, not food. Exactly. Yes, House Liger with the Lana emotes as well. It's true. It's when I get going. Yeah, there might be some truth in that. Don't eat the stream. Yeah, don't eat the stream. If you eat the streamer, then there's going to be no stream, and then you'll be sorry. I don't know why this panda cannibalism is trending. I know, right? Lana, am I going to have to mod you in my stream so that you can ban anyone who eats pandas? Am I going to have to do that? Yeah, so you can eat potatoes, Harry. Potatoes are okay to eat. Don't eat Lana's either. That's true. Don't eat Lana's or pandas or emmas or any other kind of streamer apart from tofu. You can eat tofu, although don't eat toxic tofu because that would make you ill. And you can eat tortillas, but don't eat layer tortillas. Only eat normal tortillas. That potato is the best thing ever, says there. That's a Colo emote, I think. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Hello It's Colo, Leia. She's a pretty big streamer. I think pretty much everybody British on Twitch will have heard of Colo, but it might not be so known to outside of the UK. She does have a lot of good emotes. And very nice hair. Looks like he's tooting hearts. Exactly. You don't want to eat me. I'm tough and salty. I mean, maybe somebody likes tough, salty food. Like, I don't know, beef jerky or something. I don't know what categorizes that. Yeah, like we both came to the same conclusion there. Leia says, I follow like 8 people. Really, Leia? Is that all? Wow, I am very privileged then to be amongst one of your 8 follows. Like that means a lot to me, Leia, that you bothered to follow Emma. You know what? Before we have to end the stream without even having done our redeems, shall we do some botany? So we actually had 2 requests. We had a request from Leia for the Pretend Oxlit one. But before that, we had a request from T-Bago for Jersey Fern. So let's do that first. Don't worry, Blowhigh will be back in a moment. I'm just putting him to one side for botany. So Jersey Fern, and I think T-Bago said he was going for one not in the book. Which is T-Bago's way of saying he's tried to pick a really obscure plant in order to make my life difficult. So thank you for that, T-Bago. So Jersey fern is quite a rare fern. I'm just looking for a good picture of it now. That's an okay picture. Bring that up. Here we go. Drink water again, Brute. I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break soon. Okay. Well, that's 2 full glasses I've had so far this stream. Leia says, not many. I got on here because of Nessie. I had no interest in it, and I'm pretty particular about who I want to engage with. I really enjoy you and your stream. Thank you, Leia. Yes, it makes sense that you mostly came on here because you decided you weren't chatting to Nespo enough in real life. So you realised that you could chat with her even when you were at home if you followed her Twitch stream. No, I think that's quite nice actually. I'm kind of the opposite. I follow far too many people. I follow hundreds of people, but what I tend to do is, especially like, I want to know who is like a decent person to be around as well. Like, not just because of being trans, or that's part of it, but just like generally being around Twitch. I'll follow streamers I like, but I'll also follow regulars in the streamers chat and mods in the streamers chat who I know are trusted, even if they don't stream themselves, because then if someone's misbehaving a bit and I'm thinking, is that person okay? I can look, if I've followed them, that means I know that they're okay. And there have been benefits to that. There have been quite a few streamers like Jade of Woods who decided to start streaming one day, and because I was already following them as a regular in another chat, I was able to go to their first stream, and I was one of the first people to ever watch them, and then I was able to support them all the way through. So there is an advantage to it. Don't drown the MS, says Harry. It's important that the MS stays hydrated, but there are limits to this. Leia says I was going to be her Twitch hype girl. I mean, I don't think she needs a Twitch hype girl anymore. She has become a very successful streamer, I think. But your support is of course highly valued in her stream. I'm sure. I get it definitely, says Leia. Yes. Anyway, look, it's a fern. It's a Jersey fern. Tibago thinks it's not in my book. I'm going to go and look at my book and see if that's true. This book does have ferns in. Because ferns are not flowering plants, sometimes they're not treated as, like, people will say wildflowers, sometimes they're not talking about ferns. And as a result, a lot of books don't have ferns in. You have to buy a separate book if you want to know about ferns. What you'll often get, a beginner level wildflower guide will just have flowering plants, but it will exclude grasses, even though those are flowering plants, and it will exclude ferns and other things like club mosses. Sometimes even they'll exclude trees or only have a few trees, and they have to get a separate book for trees. You know, you end up with, you've got your flower book, but then you've got your grasses book, your trees book, your ferns book. It's all a scam to sell more books. I'm certain of it. But yeah, if you're a botanist, generally what people agree that to mean is you're studying vascular plants, so not mosses or fungi or anything like that, but it includes ferns, it includes a few other things like club mosses, which are not actually mosses, they're actually plants. and it includes all flowering plants. So Anagramma leptophilia, Latin name. Let me find it. I don't think Tipago has this book, so I'm not sure if he knows the plants in here or if he's just picking obscure things. No grammar. Okay, it is in the book, Tipago. You have not defeated me this time. Reminds me of cilantro, says Leia. I don't think it's related to cilantro. Jersey fern. So, as you might guess from its name, it is found in the Channel Islands, specifically on the island of Jersey, but actually not exclusively on Jersey. It also occurs on Guernsey. So maybe Channel Island fern would be a better name for it. A small, delicate fern found on moist but well-drained shady lane banks, especially where granite is used to support the bank. It prefers bare soil, often on vertical surfaces and where some erosion reduces competition. It is frequently associated with mats of Phallus liverworts. It is the only British fern with an annual sporophyte. Its spores mature early and plants die soon afterwards. It is perennial and may overwinter to produce new sporophytes the following year. So yeah, ferns' reproductive cycles are a little bit different to flowering plants. They produce spores rather than seeds. It is confined to the Channel Islands, Guernsey and Jersey, where populations vary markedly in size from year to year. They are highly vulnerable to the scraping of lane banks by passing traffic and to over-enthusiastic hedge bank management, though population numbers have remained remarkably stable. After more than a century with only a single known site in Guernsey, a second population was discovered in 2016. It's funny to think that something the size of one of the Channel Islands, these are very small islands in the English Channel, as recently as 2016 you might discover a new site of a rare plant there. But I guess if you've got large areas of privately owned land, which you have on the Channel Islands, and botanists have not been allowed on that land, and then they are allowed on that land for the first time, they're going to see it. So maybe that's what happened. So this is not a plant I have seen myself. It's certainly not found in North Somerset. I've actually never personally been to the Channel Islands. I might do one day, just because of the interesting botany. I'll just bring up a quick distribution map. However, it's not very interesting reading. Here is everywhere in Britain and Ireland where you can see Jersey fern, and you have to look right down the very bottom of the map at the Channel Islands. You see, so there's this square here is the original population that's been known for over 100 years, and this is the location of the new one. So these are pretty small. I mean, it would still take a long time to walk around the entire island. Each of these is a square kilometre, so it's about 20 square kilometres. For me to survey 20 square kilometres of Somerset is like 3 weeks worth of botanising, but for me, I'm botanising after work in the evening. So if you were doing it as your full-time job, you could probably survey the whole island in a week easily. And then Jersey over here has quite a few more populations. You can see why it's called Jersey fern, not Guernsey fern. It has a lot more. When I say it's rare in Britain and Ireland. It is found in other parts of the world. It's just not found in this part of the world. So it is important that we conserve that population, because otherwise it's not found anywhere in the UK. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is an upright chickweed. Speaking of flowers, we have just looked at Jersey Fern. However, we have a very special botany segment today on account of Leah also redeemed Read from Botany book. So we have a second plant to look at, which is going to be false oxlip, I think, on account of, Leah says, the pretend oxlip one. So we have actually covered this one in the botany segment before, but it was a long time ago. So I'm sure many people are here for the first time. So that's fine. I'm actually going to start by bringing up primrose. So primrose is well known as a garden plant. You can get primulas in different colours. See, get a picture of that. Yeah, like this sort of thing. So people think of this sort of thing when they think of primrose. But that's actually just garden varieties. The native primrose is specifically a pale yellow colour with a little darker yellow spot in the middle. It's quite distinctive. Just looking for a good. There we go. That one will do. So that's primrose. We don't need that one anymore. That's primrose, and then in the same family is cowslip, which is definitely a very different looking flower. Here's a good picture of cowslip. But if you look at it closely, you'll see, well, it's not actually all that different. You've got the same five-fold symmetry of the petals. You've got the same yellow colour. You've got the same shape. This big bulbous part below the flower, this part here. A little hard to see on this picture, but you've got the same structure below each primrose flower. It's just not quite as puffed up. So obviously they have been genetically shown to be related, but even visually you can see that. You can also look at the leaves, and there's a lot of similarity between them. Here are some cowslip leaves, and here are some primrose leaves. Possibly. Okay, that picture doesn't actually want to load. Okay, there's some more primrose leaves. Oops. Ignore the colour, that's just going to be different lighting that the photos were taken in. They are more or less the same colour. But the shape and texture of the leaves is pretty similar, just that primrose leaves are bigger, which makes sense because primrose plants are bigger. So you've got the same leaves going on as well. And when you have similar plants like this, they can hybridize. And what hybridization is when a plant of one species is able to crossbreed with a plant of another species and produce viable offspring. This is a bit different to how things work with animals in zoology. Often the definition of a species in zoology is, can this animal reproduce with this other animal and produce viable offspring? If the answer is yes, then they're the same species. You can have things where, like you breed a Dawson. I was about to say Dawson Honky. What I meant to say was horse and donkey. Horse and donkey to get a mule, which is sterile. So horse and donkey are separate species. That doesn't really apply to plants. There are separate species that can hybridize to produce viable offspring. So then you get hybrid children of hybrids, and you can get children of a hybrid and also a pure parent. So it's like 3/4 one and 1/4 the other. It can all get very confusing. But the hybrid of these two plants is called false oxlip. And if you look at a false oxlip, which you'll be able to do in just a moment when I've got the picture to show up. Here we go. So this is false oxlip, and it does have characteristics that are intermediate between its two parents. I'm trying to think of a good way to actually show this information on the screen. Welcome to Emma's very professional streaming. There we go. So the flowers are larger than a cowslip but smaller than a primrose. They are darker yellow than a primrose but lighter yellow than a cowslip. They have the yellow spot in the center. The leaves are intermediate between the two. This part below the flower on the stem, you'll notice, is a little more rounded than on a primrose but less than on a cowslip. So that's pretty typical of a hybrid. Another thing you'll notice anytime you see a photo of a hybrid, it always looks like quite a big, healthy, vigorous plant. And there's this thing called hybrid vigor, which is when two plants hybridize, the hybrid is often quite a big, healthy plant in comparison to the parent plants. Now, that's all well and good, but then why is it called false oxlip? Because there is another plant called oxlip. And oxlip looks like this. So oxlip also kind of looks like it's halfway between primrose and cowslip. It has the right size and shape and colour of flowers for that to be true. It is a little structurally, false oxlip is a bit closer to primrose in the sense that the flowers just sort of go in every direction, whereas cowslip has a big stalk with a cluster of flowers at the top, and so does false oxlip. But you can see, like, if you showed somebody that and said, this is a hybrid between the two, they'd go, yeah, I can see that. But it's not. It's a completely separate species. And also, this is a very rare species. It's not found in Somerset at all. I think the only place it's found in England, at least, is East Anglia. So if you are in any other part of the country and you see a plant and you look in your botany book and it says that's an oxlip, it's probably not. It's probably a false oxlip, and you have been deceived. So false oxlip can grow almost anywhere. It can grow anywhere where both of its parents are found, and these two plants are both found in a lot of places. Leia says, I'm intrigued. Evening primrose oil is a natural anti-inflammatory. Fun fact. An imposter, yes. I mean, it's not an imposter. It's just a plant minding its own business. But yeah, there's a lot of names for plants that imply that they're an imposter for some other plant. There's a plant called fool's watercress, which looks a bit like watercress, and there's a plant called fool's parsley, which looks a bit like parsley. And then there's false oxlip. There's a lot of false as well as false brome as well, which is actually a brome, so I'm not sure why it's called false brome, because it is a brome. Names are weird something. They should borrow the mushroom naming and be Cowslip Deceiver, says Tobacco. That's a great idea, isn't it? Yeah, I will show you distribution maps now. These won't mean much to Leia because she does come to the UK. She's not going to be going to one specific part just to find a false oxlip, but for general interest, I will show. First of all, primrose and cowslip. These are found more or less everywhere. That's the distribution map for primrose. You will not have any problem finding one of them. This is the, not cowslip, cowslip. This is the distribution for cowslip. So if you're not in a mountainous area or an area of open moorland like Dartmoor or some parts of Ireland, if you're somewhere in England or South Wales or southern Scotland, you're probably going to be able to find cowslip. It's not anywhere near as common as primrose, but it's definitely fairly common. So then anywhere where those two distributions overlap, which is pretty much the whole of England, you might find false oxlip. Now it's not common by any means. It's yeah, as you can see, you will come across it every once in a while. I mean, bear in mind this is every plant that's ever been recorded anywhere by a botanist. I have personally found it twice in my botanical career. Not a career because I'm not paid for it. One of them is this dark red dot here. That was me. It's on the side of the road just there. And the other one I found, as you can see, there's different levels of precision for some of these records. The modern records that are done with GPS tend to be very precise, to the nearest 100 or even 10 meters. Some of the older records are they've been assigned a 10 by 10 kilometer square, which is stupid but that's the most information that's known about it. That's the best we can do. The other one I found was this square here, I believe, and I actually found more than one, which is why it's not just a small dot. But yeah, it's certainly something you could happen across, especially if you're near Reading. Apparently, they really like them. not sure why. And then the true oxlip, I guess, which is much less common. This is the distribution. These larger the paler coloured dots are older records. So I know it looks like there's some around Birmingham. There's not. This is the only area they're found. And you can see even the decline in recent years. See how these dots are all a bit paler and the only dark dots are here, which means until relatively recently, like until the late 20th century, it was found in these areas, but it's not found there anymore, which is a shame. But it is still found here and here. Not very much not in North Somerset. This is the area that I'm responsible for recording. Eltibago, thank you for the 10 bits that you spent to put the Teams icon in chat. Tibago, I've just been explaining to you that I've had a horrible week at work and a particularly horrible day today. Will you please not traumatise me with logos for Microsoft Office applications at 10:30 at night? This is not what I need. See, it's it's still the afternoon for Leia, and even she's triggered by it. Leia said Teams was an answer to a question nobody asked. We had Google Meets, we had Zoom. I mean, to be honest, Discord would be perfectly fine. I think my employer should use a Discord server instead of Teams for all their communication. I can't see any possible negative impact of that. Oh wow. So which streamer is that? Snoot TV. Okay, apparently has a full set of Microsoft Office emotes. Um, does Snoot TV have permission from Microsoft to to use those as emotes? I wonder. Leo is now in full slagging off Microsoft Office applications mode. Oh my god, Ren has Clippy. Okay, Clippy I'm willing to give a pass on. Clippy is amazing. Laser Belch is apparently the streamer that has Clippy. It looks like you're trying to enjoy your evening. Yeah, it's showing our age by remembering Clippy. Hasn't actually been in Microsoft Office for the best part of 20 years now. But thank you so much, T-Bago, for the bits that you used to put that icon in chat. Not so much the icon itself. Oh, you've done another one. Same sentiment for that one, T-Bago. Thanks for the bits, but no thanks to the emote. T-Bago, we do not have parasocial relationships on this stream. I have genuine friendships with many of my viewers, especially those who I've known for a longer period of time. But we don't do any of that parasocial nonsense here. You're either a genuine friend or you're just a viewer. And if you want to become a genuine friend, I have no objection to that. I'll drop a quick invite link to my Discord on that subject. There we go. There's an invite to my Discord. Anybody who wants to be a genuine friend is welcome to join. And yeah, that concludes probably the longest ever botany segment we have. Yeah, we're almost at 3 hours. Botany is supposed to be a 20-minute break at the 2-hour mark, so that didn't quite go as planned. At this rate, we're not even going to finish the Botany Manor game today, which is like, it's like a 2-3 hour game at most. We've done a 5-hour stream and now this, and we still haven't finished it. Okay. Everybody stare at some flowers for a moment. I need to take a bathroom break for reasons you can probably figure out. Just give me one. Okay, I am back. I have more water. I have. Blow high. While Streamer is away, we wiggle all day. LT Bago says, WTF is that last wiggle, Harry? Oh yes, Harry has a big selection of wiggle emotes. Yes, okay, I haven't seen that one before. We have some nice wiggle emotes in our community. I like Ophelia's otters, and the otter wiggle, and the panda wiggle. I think I have a couple more. Tofu, being the Twitch partner she is with more emote slots available, has 2 wiggles. 1 lab rat and 1 tofu. That was the only one I have that Harry or Tibago doesn't. Okay, Harry was gifted a sub for that last wiggle. Okay. Okay. Let me unpin this Microsoft Office message. Doesn't deserve to be pinned, I don't think. I pinned it by mistake when I was trying to look at the emotes. Let's pin this message from Harry, which is much nicer. It has pretty flowers in it. That's much better. Thank you, Harry. LT Bago says playing Botany Manor forever. Well, hopefully not. But doing IRL Botany forever, yes. Or at least doing IRL Botany for as long as I am still able to, which I hope is more years to come. Can never be sure. Right. We were exploring the new area still, I think. We looked up there. We looked in there. And we looked. Did we look here? Oh yeah, that was the thank you card. Okay, and this area was locked, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, so we haven't actually found any more seeds yet. We also haven't found a planting station. Actually, okay. Yeah, so this is the next plant we need, Nightfall. I vaguely recall my grandmother studying the Nightfall when I was young. And also Sapphire Gloom. Judging by the name, I don't believe this to be an edible mushroom. Yeah, never trust a plant that has gloom in its name. And then we have Cradle Fern. In past years, these ferns have drastically declined on the banks, so I feel compelled to research any changes in their environment. Yeah, that's pretty accurate for just about any plant in the UK. Brook Chalice. My friend wrote to me about the Brook Chalice, which made me want to research them. Okay, that's all the plants in chapter 4. Okay. Yeah, just it does tell you the location of the seed packet at the bottom there. So you've got study master bedroomatics. We haven't unlocked any of those rooms yet, so that's why we can't find the clues yet. Must be a way to unlock more rooms, and I feel like this is probably going to be part of it. These symbols are definitely reminding me of the fables that we were reading in the books. That's the fish. That's the crow. And that's the hare. We've also got a sun and a moon. Do I do fish, crow, hare? Because those are the ones that had fables. Ah, no, okay. The answer, you have to press all 5, but there must be an order to press them in. Okay, that makes sense. LT Pago says, I seem to have random and gifted pineapples. You do indeed. Harry says Ophelia's otters are lovely, but hopefully we'll be having more Blue Ophelia emotes soonish. Yes, well, the otters are lovely, but they are a pre-made emote pack. It's obviously much more special to have your own commissioned emotes, but also, expensive. So it is understandable that Ophelia went with the pre-made pack first. And the thing is, if I had to choose a pre-made emote pack to be a fan of, I think the otters have to be pretty near the top of the list. There are other streamers who use them. Cassie is actually subscribed to another streamer who uses the Ophelia otters. And I do love them. Hello, Ancient Cosmographer, who says, "Oh, this game is on my want list. Need something cozy after the cold industrialism of Factorio." I am also playing this shortly after finishing Factorio, Ancient Cosmographer, so we have that in common. This is a very nice game. I'm sort of staring at a not particularly pretty part of it. But yes, as you can see, it's quite scenic. It has lots of pretty flowers. It obviously appeals to me, not just because it's about botany, but also because it's set in Somerset, which is where I live. Although my house is not quite as big. And the puzzles are quite easy. It's not a hard puzzle game. I say the puzzles are easy. I've got completely stuck walking around for an hour trying to solve them. But it's not like Witness level puzzles. It's more like walk around, connecting clicking on things and putting the clues together puzzles. Although Ancient Cosmographer, this has become more of a thing to have in the background in a chatting stream than an actual game. I think there's about 2 or 3 hours of gameplay in this game, and so far we've spent 8 hours on it. Because I keep getting distracted by chat. I'm sure your house is bigger and more scenic. Yeah, see, that's what Harry said, but he's not correct in that, unfortunately. Right, yeah, we're definitely going to have to make progress into... Oh, this room. Can we do this room yet? No, it's still blocked by tree. Look, I'm sorry, but I could definitely open that door. Even if that tree was there, and I could snap a branch off or crawl under it or something. That is not blocked. Okay, so do we need to progress by solving this next? So we know that these 3 symbols are the fables. What's these? Sun and moon. Yeah, that's the crow fable. There's a sun somewhere. Oh yeah, these the fake books that you can't read because you can just rotate it like this and not look inside. There's a moon book, and I think upstairs there's a sun book. Let me just check that that's true. Yes. Okay, so every button on that panel corresponds with a document or book in the level. Question is, what order do they go in? Because they're just scattered around. They don't seem to have a natural order to them. I mean, the moon and the crow book are on the bottom floor, and then the other one's on the top floor. No, it's not as simple as that. Ren says, there's also a path outside that just has a table across it. Yes, the gazebo and that whole side of the garden is only blocked off from us by a table. Which I'm sure we could move. Does this have anything on apart from the moon? Like, are they numbered or something? Yeah, not even the pages are numbered in this. a feeling it's something to do with the text. Yeah, I think I see what's going on here. So if you look at the words in italics at the start of the fable, this one says one bright morning. This one starts with at midday. And this one starts with one evening. So if we're supposed to arrange them chronologically, the fish is the morning, hare is the evening, and the crow is midday. No, I've got that wrong. The fish is the morning, the hare is midday, and the crow is the evening. And that's sun rising or setting. It's doing one or the other. Rising sun. Okay, so if we assume we arrange them chronologically and it starts with sunrise and ends with night, I mean, it could equally well start with night. That's how days work, but let's say it starts with sunrise. Then we have the fish, because that's in the morning. Then we have this thing, the hare, because it's in the midday. Then we have this because it's in the evening, and then we have the moon because that happens at night. Yes, okay. We have opened a secret room that really hasn't been opened for a while. We are ever closer to the gazebo. Okay, have some interesting paintings. Sunset 1st of May, red, orange, yellow, pink. Sunset 22nd of May, blue, yellow, pink, orange. Sunset 8th of July, blue, purple, pink, orange. Those are some beautiful sunsets. I've never seen one quite like this. This looks more like the pansexual flag than it does. And this one looks more like the bisexual flag. I have seen a sunset with those colours, and I've seen a sunset with those colours, not so much these colours. Sunset 14th of October, green, blue, pink, orange, and sunset 29th of April, purple, red, orange, yellow. That is quite pretty. The London Record and Weekly Journal of Literature, Science and Art. Large print version, I guess, if that's all the text we get on the page. Number 159, volume 7, for the week ending 9th of May 1829. Price £1. Lindley appointed Chair of Botany at University College London after an esteemed early career as Assistant Secretary to the Horticultural Society, and admission as one of the youngest ever fellows to the Linnaean Society. Linnaean Society is a real thing, by the way. John Lindley plans to elevate the science of botany. He spoke thus in his inaugural lecture. It has been very much the fashion of late years in this country to undervalue the importance of this science, and to consider it an amusement for ladies rather than an occupation for the serious thoughts of man. Lindley also challenged the Linnaean classification system and proposes many changes. Well, with the perspective of almost 200 years of hindsight, since this is, bear in mind, this is old even within the setting of this game. This game is set in 1890. This is 1829. So, yeah, 196 years ago. I can tell you that we are still basically using the Linnaean classification system. Linnaeus proposed the system of binomial Latin names. So the first name is the family name and the second name is the species name. That naming system is still in use. A lot of names have been changed over the years. What's happened more recently is the naming structure. A lot of the names have been overhauled and plants have been rearranged into different families based on DNA evidence. So they've done genetic sequencing of the DNA of different plants and compared them and found that things they thought were more distantly related are actually closely related, or things like before it was just done by looking at the physical characteristics of the plant. So there has been a big shake-up of the system in the last few decades, but of course in 1813 nobody would have known that was going to happen. They're considering it an amusement for ladies rather than an occupation for the serious thoughts of man. Botany has historically been one of the more gender-balanced sciences, I think, compared to things like physics and computer science that have been very male-dominated. So that's not entirely true. But yeah, there was definitely a stereotype of that for botany. I don't think we've managed to completely dispense with that stereotype, even now, 200 years later. But yeah, this is somewhat accurate. We've had a lot of historical inaccuracy in this game. This part is somewhat accurate. The Linnaean Society was a thing. University College London is a real thing. And BSBI was founded like a year after the date of this supposed thing. So it's all pretty accurate. Ren says, we had colourful evening skies in our simulated sky dome at work. And someone complained, the sky doesn't look like that. It's unrealistic. It was literally a panoramic photograph of the sky. Okay, so first of all, Ren has revealed that he has a simulated sky dome at work. So he works somewhere significantly cooler than anywhere I've ever worked. Well, currently I work from home. I don't have a simulated sky dome. And my employer is a Printworks, which is in a factory. It's a very traditional factory as well. It was built in the 1950s. It was originally a shoemaking factory. It's before it was turned into a Printworks. It's got a big chimney at one end and a zigzag roof. Like, if you imagine how a factory looks, it looks like that. It also doesn't have a simulated sky dome. But yeah, sunsets really do have a huge variety of colours in them. If you painted it, people would go, oh, that's not realistic. In fact, there's even more around here that I didn't see before. We have blue, purple, orange, red on June the 25th. We have blue, yellow, orange, red on 12th of September. And we have blue, purple, red, orange on the 8th of August. I'm sure that's a puzzle we'll have to solve. Okay. Grandma's research. Mary Green Research Notes, 1830 to 31. Nightfall progress. I have been trying to encourage the nightfall to bloom for a little while now. I'm determined to prove it's more than just a myth. So far, I have deduced that the flower opens at sunset and only during a particular time of year. When exactly that occurs still remains a mystery to me. I shall plant a few more seedlings tomorrow and continue my research. Tasks for this month. Monitor nightfall seedlings. Rose planting list. Collect field samples. Seed collection. Okay, it says I can go left and right, but that doesn't actually change anything, so I can't. Yeah, so these plants are fictional. There's no such thing as a nightfall, but there are plants that flower at different times of day. There is a plant called goat's beard that looks a little bit like a large dandelion. You know, a dandelion clock with the seeds on it. Goat's beard also forms a clock with those seeds, but it's bigger. And one of the local names for this plant is Jack Goes to Bed at Noon, because the flower only opens in the morning and by midday it's closed. Most flowers open in the daytime or stay open the whole time. But it does vary. Plants do flower, open and close their flowers at funny times. LT Paco says, not in your office, no. Maybe in the observatory in the east wing of your house. I mean, so I do have a sky dome at home, Tibago. It's called Going Outside and Looking Up. Harry says, you should see the telescope. It puts Grand Telescopio Canarius to shame. Now listen, Harry, that one I can definitely prove is false. There is a very good reason they build these huge telescopes on top of mountains on remote islands, which is to get away from light pollution. The light pollution where I live is absolutely terrible. You'd think, being a rural area, it wouldn't be too bad, but it's as bad as a city. I can't see the Milky Way galaxy from my house, even on a clear night. I have once been to Dartmoor and camped on Dartmoor, and then at night I could see it, and it's absolutely amazing. And 98% of England can't see it, and it's a huge shame that we allow light pollution to be that bad. But yeah, there is absolutely no way you could operate any significant size of telescope from here due to the light pollution. We have a key. We have a key to the study. Okay, we are making progress now. And we have some seeds. Nightfall seeds? Nightfall seeds. Oh, the seed is like a little half moon. I never moved my face cam back. The seed is like a little half moon. That's nice. Okay, I think that was actually everything in that room. Go and have a look at the study. We do need better shading and control of our lights. Yeah, so it's, well, just, this is obviously not the cause of the light pollution, but just for context, I can't black out my bedroom completely at night. I would like to be able to, but I can't. I sleep better if it's completely dark. Where was the study? Oh, down here in the north. There's a farm about half a mile from me that has exterior lights which are permanently lit at night, and I get that they're worried about security, but the lights aren't angled downwards. They're lighting up the entire sky around the farm as well as the farm, and they include, it's shining, and it's a very, very bright light. It's shining directly through my window, and it's okay, it's half a mile away, but at night I can see it shining through the window, and think, if it's enough light coming through my window half a mile away to keep me awake, how much light is being wasted the whole sphere around the farm that it's shining? And why, Are they looking for UFOs? What purpose is there of shining that light into the sky? Okay, study. Very cozy. Nice flowers. More extremely unsafe candles. Letter from Anne. My dear friend, I have been pondering these last weeks. What could be the best way to see your remarkable flora reach the wider world, since it is so seldom we are able to see our work published? Considering your uncle's reputation in the scientific field, have you considered asking him to publish your herbarium under his name? It may not give you recognition you deserve personally, but it would be a way to reach your goal of adding to the scientific record on botany. Do consider it. I would hate for such important research to stay hidden away. Yeah, this is accurate. Floras are huge. So flora is basically a compilation of all information known about plants in a specific area. Compiling one is a huge task. Somerset has had, I believe, 2 county floras in its entire history. Things have changed a little bit in modern times. We now have GPS, we have electronic submission of records, we have a database rather than a flora to hold our records. But even with all that new technology, we still only produce a flora every 20 years. We produced one in 2020. Those giant botany books that I read from every stream, those are basically a summary of that research. We produced one in 2000. The next one will be in 2040. Things move slowly. But yeah, but back before we had computers and getting things published when there wasn't much interest in them and they were enormous was a very real problem. Meadow Orchids of Britain. Collected and researched by Professor J. Montague. Listed by R. Brown. Cannot read it, sadly. Yes. Mushroom food sources. Just like plants, fungi need food sources to grow strong and healthy. However, some fungi haven't always had access to nutrients through soil and have evolved to retrieve it in different ways. This means they have become carnivorous because they only acquire the nutrients they need by consuming other living organisms, such as flies, bugs, and plants. Some mushrooms even get their nutrients from feeding on another type of fungus or parasite. Mushrooms growing on a tree is usually a sign they are consuming the tree, so you should remove them immediately. Not always the case, underlined. So that annotation is true. That is not always the case. A lot of mushrooms grow on dead wood. Obviously, then the wood is dead already. But yeah, mushrooms grow on live trees, and it's not always harming the tree. And carnivorous plants are a thing, and parasitic plants are also a thing. There are plants that are parasitic on other plants. There are plants that are symbiotes with fungi. There's all kinds of weird and wonderful things. But yeah, carnivorous plants sounds like one of those science fiction things. But they exist, and it's not just, obviously there's best known is the Venus flytrap. So a thing like that, an insect crawls in and it snaps shut and then digests the insect. That is not native to the UK, but we do have native carnivorous plants in the UK, which I think is quite a little known fact. We have a plant that has sticky sap, and it has little tendrils that secrete this sap at the end, and insects get stuck to them, and then the plant eats them. So that is a thing that happens. I should probably start keeping track of my clues as well, by the way. So the research we saw before, that was about nightfall. I'm assuming the sunset paintings are going to be at nightfall. We're going to have the right colour of sunset to trigger the plant or something, so I'm going to put that in there. The mushroom presumably is the mushroom book, so that's going in there. Arabella, I have some more books from the department that may be of interest to your research. One, I recall, was a favourite of your father's. If you have any trouble when you visit the college, tell the secretary you are collecting materials for your uncle. So long as they are returned before summer ends, the other professors won't notice. Best of luck with your research, Uncle Theodore. Well, thank you, Uncle Theodore, for your assistance. But that's probably not a clue for anything, is it? No, okay. Ren says, I work for a company that makes simulators for ship navigation. I suppose I've never mentioned that. Okay, that is very cool, Ren. And also, I can completely see why you would need a sky simulator if you're trying to simulate ship navigation, because when you're out in the middle of the ocean, that's all you can see. And I guess, yeah, that is important because, well, I'm sure these days shipping is mostly follow where your GPS tells you to go, like other forms of navigation. But it's important, shipping and aviation and things like that. You can't just rely on your sat nav. You need a backup if it's not working. That is very important. So I suspect that's the sort of thing that Ren is working on. Thank you for sharing that, by the way, Ren. That's very, very cool. Certainly a lot cooler than my job. We have the seeds for the mushroom as well. Okay. We can have a sit down. This game has a lot of places to sit. I do appreciate that. We have... Oh, what is this? Eggs! Okay, why do we suddenly have eggs? Kingfisher egg. Speckled sparrow egg. Traveller duck egg. Whale egg. Crested owl egg. Golden mallard egg. Red-billed moorhen egg. Shelduck egg. River swan egg. Blue heron egg. Yes, swan egg being the biggest does make sense. Kingfishers are tiny. Can they not just carry a sextant, says Devago. Well, you you could practice using a sextant on the sky simulator. That's the thing, because that's how it works. You align it with the sun, don't you? So, like, that's why you need a sky simulator. Okay, now we have a thing about tree diseases. Red tree pox. If a tree is infected with red tree pox, many small red spots will be visible on the bark. It can usually be cured by adding fertilizer to the soil of the tree. Hypoxylon. Hypoxylon causes black patches to form on the bark of the tree. It is usually a sign that the tree is lacking in hydration and won't stay alive for much longer. Root parasite. The root parasite is a fungus that forms purple rings on the bark and roots. Parasite leaches the nutrients that the tree receives from the soil. Eventually it causes the tree to dry out and lose all of its leaves. There is currently no known cure. Bark rust is a disease that isn't very harmful to the tree. It is usually caused by excess hydration and too much sunlight. Let that be a lesson to you viewers. If you keep redeeming drink water, Emma's going to end up with bark rust. Fortunately, it's winter and there's no danger of me getting too much sunlight at the moment. Okay, well those are the tree diseases. Sure we'll need that for something. Ren says, yeah, we had a modern sextant at work and took it out to the parking lot to take a fix on the sun. Yeah, see, this is a thing. This you do. And if you want to train people to do it, then having a sky simulator makes sense. And you get to have pretty sunsets when it's not being used for something else. It's the best of both worlds. What can we see out of the window here? Ah, that's where we were before, down there. So I guess much like we simulated a thunderstorm to cause the plant to bloom, we're going to need to simulate a sunset. Which is an interesting prospect. So is the tree diseases a clue for this? It is, yes, okay. So we have all the clues we need to make the sapphire gloom, I think. There isn't a potting station up there. If there was, I missed it. So we need to go here to where there was one. Can I? Oh, I need to do this first. Yeah, now I can set the seed. Okay, so we want Sapphire Gloom. Grit. And Sapphire Gloom. Let me make the other one while I'm here. If I just put that there, I can make the Nightfall. Oh. Harry says, remember to rarely drink and stay inside all the time. That does sound like what I do, at least in the winter. Obviously not in the summer. But no, proper hydration is important. Obviously don't overdo it. But it's a lot easier to drink too little than to drink too much. Of water, that is, not alcohol. This does not apply to alcohol. Emma does not drink alcohol. Emma never has done and never will. Right, where was the where were the clues for this plant again? Was it wet? Some areas of this game have lots of surfaces and some don't. This is a clue apparently. Do we need to find a tree that has one of these diseases on it? And this is the other clue. So we need to give the mushroom a food source, is what I'm getting from this. I'm just not sure what food source should be. Probably not an egg, right? Because I can't actually pick up any of these eggs anyway. All I can do is rotate them. Actually, are the eggs a clue for something? Oh, they are a clue for something. Okay. I don't think I know yet what they're a clue for. Because all I have is this display of eggs and nothing about them. Okay, let's continue then. So, okay, we still can't get here. But we do have this tree. And I'm just thinking we need to feed something to a mushroom. Is this pattern on this tree, is that one of the patterns we care about? It's like purple blotches, isn't it? Yeah, was that the one that's caused by a room? Yes, this one. Eventually it caused the tree to dry out and lose all its leaves. Well, then it should be dead, and then we should be able to snap the branch off and go that way. But yeah, does that mean I need to feed this to the tree? Or feed the tree to this? How would I do that? Because it's in its pot, and I can't just, like, plonk it on the tree. Oh, there's a pot? I didn't see that. There's a little pot holder here. Oh, there we go. Okay. So just being in the presence of the tree, yeah, is enough to make it spread. Oh, wow. Okay. That cured the fungal infection. I did not expect that to happen. So this mushroom outcompetes the other one and causes it to stop infecting the tree. And also growing leaves on the tree has magically moved that branch. Okay, well, yeah, sure. Whatever. Let's leave that there. Thank you for the emotes, Harry. Yes, that is roughly what's happened. Complete with growing. I'm so glad I have that growing flower animation. I didn't realise it would be so relevant, but we actually have a game where it's relevant. You could put a sunset sky simulator into the skylight of this entrance hallway. And you could have sunshine every day, even when it was raining. It's been relevant in multiple games at this point, says Harry. I suppose that is actually true. It's been relevant in Spiritfarer as well. This is probably the game it was most relevant in, though. Right, where are we going now? Apart from sitting on the chair. Got to sit on the chairs. Another potting station. Okay, I'm guessing that's the attic up there. Another key. Key to the attic. Okay. Fence. Somerset River Trust. River swimming this season. Dear members, we want to make sure you can all enjoy swimming this summer. So we have cleared the most popular rivers in Somerset of all aquatic weeds. The River Cam, the River Chew, and the River Summer have all been cleared of weeds. Thanks to the services of Clark's Aquatic Weed Removal Company. Thank you for your continued support. Thanks to your monthly donations, the rivers of Somerset are clean and weed-free. Okay, like much of this game, this is a mixture of truth and fabrication, and I am uniquely qualified to distinguish them. The River Cam, the River Chew, and the River Summer are all major rivers of Somerset. The River Cam has been used for swimming. I believe it still is. I actually know somebody in real life who does river swimming in Somerset. They don't usually use any of those three rivers, but I believe the Cam you can still swim in. The advice regarding the Chew is rather out of date. The Chew Valley has been dammed and turned into a reservoir. The reservoir contains blue-green algae, and you will become extremely ill if you swim in it. And there are warning signs all around it. Harry was with me, and we went to visit the Chew Reservoir, and we walked round it. We didn't swim in it. It does have many interesting plants. I don't know about the River Summer. So, I think this was probably a consideration even in 1890, but it's definitely a consideration now. The problem with swimming in rivers is not aquatic weeds, it's pollution. And I don't think the River Summer is clean enough, but I'm not a river pollution expert. But yeah, so to clear up some misinformation here, you don't have to clear weed from a river before you can swim in it. Clearing all aquatic weeds from a river is a bit like clearing all sand from a desert. It's not going to happen. They are a natural part of the ecosystem, and that would be incredibly destructive to try and clear them all. And to my knowledge, that's never been done in Somerset, and certainly never for the purposes of river swimming, which is quite a niche thing. Yeah, pollution would be the concern. The algae in the Chew Reservoir would be the concern. Yeah, the reservoir is used for windsurfing and fishing, but yeah, don't drink the water. Yeah, a treatment plant between it and the water supply, fortunately. Yeah, so that this is a interesting. This game is a fascinating mixture of things very local to me and complete nonsense. Yeah, here we go. Funnily enough, as I was just saying, it has been brought to our attention that the factory of Barton Iron Works has been illegally dumping scrap metal in rivers across Somerset. These rivers are now polluted with rust, making them unsafe for swimming. Do not swim in the following rivers: River Cam, River Summer, River Chew. River Frome was also affected by waste, though oddly the river is completely clear of dust pollution. We are still researching what led to that effect. River Frome is another river in Somerset. It runs through Frome, funnily enough. Rust is just iron oxide. It's naturally occurring in any water that runs through somewhere where there's iron oxide. It doesn't really make rivers unsafe for swimming. It would be the much bigger concern is all the sewage that's dumped into rivers. And bear in mind, this is still a thing. We are still dumping sewage into rivers in 2025. Like, there's been a big scandal recently about the extent to which Thames Water have been squirreling away profits and not investing in infrastructure. One of the stupider things the Thatcher government did, and it's a long list, was privatising water, which even other capitalism-happy countries have stopped short of doing that. It's a really, really stupid idea. Again, this is a mixture of truth and fiction. The truth is there's plenty of completely legal releases of sewage into rivers happening. And you don't have to pretend it's some illegal thing that someone's done. Ren says alligators are a concern here. Yes, alligators are not a concern in British rivers, as far as I'm aware. That would be quite the unexpected encounter, an alligator in the River Cam. I think it would find it a bit cold and a bit shallow and a bit lacking in suitable prey as well. Okay, what else can we access now? Is it tiny little room? Ah, the rivers of Somerset. Okay, are these all real rivers? Yes! Okay, so they get +1 point for actually including real rivers of Somerset. However, they immediately get -5 million points for suggesting that the average temperature of the River Frome is 25 degrees. What? Exactly where did they get that idea? When the average air temperature in Frome is about 15, how exactly would the river be 25 degrees? There are no active geothermal vents in Frome, I promise. We would have much cheaper electricity if there was. Those average temperatures are completely made up. The average temperatures of our rivers are more or less the same throughout Somerset. They don't vary by 20 degrees. There's also more than one bridge over the River Cam. Even in 1890, there was more than one bridge over the River Cam. There was a railway going through the Cam Valley, which alone accounted for 4 bridges over the River Cam. So those bridge totals are a bit under. I wonder if the lengths are true. I think the lengths are actually fairly accurate. Yeah, this game is interesting because there's a few things that they've actually gone and done their research. Someone has actually gone and measured these rivers, but they've made up the rest of it. The River Somer is about 7 miles long. And drains into the Wellow Brook, which drains into the Cam, which drains into the Midford Brook, which drains into the River Avon, which drains into the sea. Hello, the RE. The RE says it's called Cambridge, not Cambridges. This is not... The River Cam in Somerset doesn't flow through Cambridge, the RE. Cambridge is on the other side of the country. It is confusing. There are a lot of rivers in the UK with the same names as each other. There's like 6 River Avons. There is a good reason for that, which is that Avon is like the Celtic word for river. There's also multiple River Yos. In fact, there are multiple River Yos just in Somerset. So I don't even know which Yo they mean because there's two of them. Because there's the Cheddar Yo, which is sometimes just called the Yo. It's also called the Cheddar Yo. The RA says, "Oh, I just popped in and was listening but not looking at the screen. Didn't hear someone say." Yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm not having a go at you, Leo. This game is just triggering me because it's a mixture of accurate information about Somerset and complete nonsense, with no distinction between the two. And I'm just appreciating all the accurate information. Sarah with Stars says, not to be mistaken for the star-nosed mole that looks similar but is not venomous. Really gotta watch out for those. Really gotta watch out for those shrews, says LT Bago. Yes. Some of the most dangerous water animals in the UK include venomous fish, sea urchins, and the water shrew. We also have adders, which are a venomous snake. Is that what the stars in your name refer to, Sarah? Is it Sarah with star-nosed moles? Okay, enough of looking at the rivers of Somerset. Fish. What else is there? Dearest Annabella, I am writing to share with you an exciting discovery I've made in my botanical studies. It turns out that some plants are particularly sensitive to sound and seem to thrive when exposed to music or melodies from their natural environment. I hope to share more of my findings with you in the near future, and would be delighted if you could join me in my research. Your sincere friend, Marianne. This is an interesting font. Like, this is obviously just a script font, not handwriting, but really committing to those upright stems on the letters. As far as I know, there are no plants in the world that actually respond to sound in that way, but I could be wrong. Dear Lady Arabella, I wanted to thank you once again for your invaluable contributions during our most recent Meadow Orchid research expedition. Your keen observations and deep knowledge of orchids was so helpful. Your dedication to the field is an inspiration to us all. I look forward to future collaborations and the continued exploration of the botanical wonders that surround us. I will put in a good word for you with the Botanical Society. Most sincerely, Professor Montague. They can smell underwater, those moles, says Sarah. This is not helpful information, just star trivia. Well, thank you for the star trivia. Dedication to the natural field. Yes. Yes, botany is a field of study in more ways than one. Specifically, field. I mean, there are different types of botany. You can do plenty of botany in a lab. In fact, a lot of modern botany is done in a lab with a microscope and a DNA sequencing kit. And they've probably never seen the plant in the wild. But yes, quite literally field work. Okay, so is this the attic up here? No, this is the bell tower, because of course we have a bell tower in our manor. Why would we not? Bells. I'm not playing it. Somebody has probably made a video of playing popular songs on these bells. I'm just playing random notes. Play it yourself. Home pianoforte collection. Okay, not intended to be played on church bells then. Bird calls. Interpretations from nature, written as easy to play melodies to enjoy at home. Okay. We have shoveler duck, blue heron, shell duck, pintail, golden mallard, crested owl, silver magpie, red-billed moorhen, teal, and tufted duck. I'm guessing one of these will germinate one of our seeds. Although, actually, isn't the musical plant that one? We haven't got the seed yet. But yeah, we're going to have to come back here to do that. Okay. Empty Pango says it is nice of you to silence the bells in your bell tower every weekend for the stream. They would be quite distracting. Unfortunately, I have to silence them all the time. The neighbours won't allow it. There is actually a church in the village which has bells in a bell tower. And even they have to silence them when they're doing bell ringing practice. Not sure how much I can say here without doxing myself, but the village I live in is actually quite big into bell ringing. They do it competitively in national competitions. And the tower has 12 bells, which is quite unusual for a normal small parish church, which is all it is, just a small church. It was originally constructed with 6 bells in the 1600s, which is much more standard. And then the others were added once it had an enthusiastic community of bell ringers. I have actually rung one of the bells. It's extremely difficult. The largest bell, the tenor, weighs almost a ton. So you cannot control that just by pulling. You have to rely on gravity and momentum and do just the right amount of force to keep it swinging at the right rate. And if you mess up, then you mess up badly. Very dangerous to be around bell ropes if you don't know what you're doing. So says our town too. Yes, bell ringing is still quite a big thing in a lot of places in the UK. But it's unusual for a village church to have so many bells. That is actually a local thing that's special to where I live. Ren says, the game beat me to my joke. As you were ascending to the stairs, I was starting to type, it's not the attic, it's the belfry. Well, it is. But there is an attic as well. I know that because I have a key marked attic. Oh, you can't see because my face cam's in the way. But there is a key marked attic. There is an attic. I just haven't found it yet. But I'm glad we found this little arrangement. I'm sure we will be needing it later. I think we have... Yeah, we've checked all of that. There was more stuff this way, though. Yes. Okay, this must be the master bedroom. I saw that mentioned earlier as a location of one of the seeds. View out of the front. More fire hazards waiting to be used. Somerset Society for Wildlife Protection offers a petition to be presented to the Honourable House of Commons. In recent years, hunts have been taking place near the Somerset rivers. Hunts are still taking place near the Somerset rivers, so this petition clearly wasn't successful. Tragically, this has led to the decline and even extinction of some bird species. No longer can we hear their beautiful chime-like calls. We call upon the government to regulate hunting near the rivers of Somerset. We ask that they respect the breeding times of wildlife. If you agree, please sign below and return the letter to us. No expense. Your signature. Okay, well you signed it, but you didn't return it. So that didn't do much good, did it? Fox hunting was banned in the UK about 20 years ago now, the previous Labour government. But it still happens. They pretend it doesn't happen. They pretend they're just taking the dogs out with horses and not hunting a fox. But you try telling the dogs that. So, yeah, fox hunting still very much happens. The hunts still happen in the rural area around where I live. And it's stupid. It's a bunch of upper class toffs prancing around on horses. Is what it is. And they are, they will just block roads completely. They don't agree with the council to close the road ahead of time or anything. They'll just show up with a bunch of Land Rovers and a bunch of shotguns, and they'll all stand there armed with their shotguns and let their horses parade around and block the road, and nobody can stop them. So yeah. Can you tell I don't particularly like the British class system? I don't know if it's showing. Like most queer people, I don't like it. My dear Nova, never forgotten. Oh, kitty. Look at the poor kitty. Never forgotten. Kitty. Dearest friend, it seems our interest in visiting the private plant collection of Lord Spencer has gone unacknowledged. While disappointing, I am not sure it is worth pursuing scientific study in such places. On my recent visit to Brinsby, the young man showing us around had barely a basic knowledge of plants, and due to there being a large group of gentlemen in the party, all useful time and erudition was devoted to them, and none given to Constance and I. Let us plan another trip of your own, and perhaps we can see these specimens in their home habitat where they belong. Ever your faithful friend, Eliza. Sorry, I sort of devolved into upper class Victorian woman accent there. I couldn't really not. I think it's forced if you're reading a letter that's written like that. Yes, all love to the kitty, Wren. Agree. Tincture of red clover, essence of arnica flower, and the bathroom. Ah, indoor plumbing. It was a luxury in those days. Although apparently it's assemble it yourself plumbing, because there's just bits of pipe littered around the place. Yes. Okay. It's not something a Victorian lady should be having to do herself. I assume I'm supposed to reassemble this. Makes sense. We need more. There's one. There's one. I reassembled all the pipes and it played a little jingle. How are we doing for time? Okay. We are coming up on 4 hours. I'm going to go a little longer because I was so late starting, and I realise that's counterintuitive. I'm going to be even later finishing, but I feel like I owe you all a little bit more Emma after denying you of Emma earlier. So if people have to leave, that's fine. I'll go for like 15-20 minutes more. I am going to have to take a quick bathroom break on account of all that water drinking you made me do earlier. So just give me a sec here. Okay, we are back. The cursed wiggling baby is back. Yes, Harry is doing his wiggle again. While Streamer is away, we wiggle all day. Those are the rules. I hope everyone was wiggling. Good thing we just fixed the plumbing. Yes, I see. This is the thing. I had to fix the plumbing before I could take a bathroom break. Okay. Something tells me we're going to be using this to replicate the conditions of a Somerset River. So it's definitely set far too hot at the moment. Yes, we have a bath that somebody has placed a flower pot holder in the bath for us very conveniently. Interesting. So the bath fills even though the plug is open. What? Oh. I guess they just didn't bother animating that bit. They didn't much bother with animating this bit either. When you drain the bath, the water clips through the bottom of the bath. Silly game. Okay, so once we find out the correct temperature, we set this to quite a bit colder. Also, hang on, that was set to 65. Okay, good thing I didn't get in that bath. I would have burnt myself. Why does it go up to 80? Why would you want to run a bath at that temperature? So it's going to be somewhere around there. Anything else in here? Ah! A hot bath at the turn of a tap. The number 30 bath geyser. Provides a rapid flow of hot water. Simply turn the tap and instantly hot water will appear. Can be used multiple times in a row without any extra cost. Really? I'm not sure about that. Nailsy number 8 Bristol Somerset. Okay. I realise it's 1890, but Nailsy had more than 8 houses even then. There should be a street name in that address. I mean, there was one of these in the greenhouse at the start of the game, so she's clearly so rich she can afford to buy 2 of them. And use one of them purely for delivering hot air to plants. Oh wow, a raid! Okay, I'm glad I decided to go a few minutes extra today because we have Sir Dracula coming in with a raid. Thank you so much for raiding with your party of 16 viewers. And welcome Fizzy. Hello Fizzy, best Fizzy. I don't know if the raid was your suggestion. Either way, thank you both. And Bog as well. Hello Bog. Fun fact, Bog IRL is not in fact a Bog IRL. Vampire Raid coming your way. Vampire Raid coming your way. Vampire Raid coming your way. Hello to all 3 of you, as well as all of Sir Dracula's other raiders. Sir Dracula says, sorry I'm late. No, don't be silly. You raided at the end of your stream. You ended your stream when you wanted to. Everything is on time and in order. So Dracula, please do share with us what you were streaming and how it went. And thank you mods for doing a shout out as well. Do go and click that follow button. I know I've done a lot of shout outs this stream, but you should still click the follow button. You were doing you were doing an art stream. Were you doing a commission today? Streaming some art studies. Okay, that's good to hear. Yes, we are blessed with a lot of good artists in our community. Obviously, we have Fizzy. We also have MedJ, who did Tofu's emotes. We have Loon, who did my emotes. Lot of good artists. Thank you so much again for the raid. For anybody watching me for the first time, hello, my name is Emma. I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting at around 6:30 p.m, between 6:30 and 7:30 UK time. That's like between 1:30, 2:30 Eastern for the Americans. I mostly play puzzle games. Today I'm playing a game called Botany Manor, which is a puzzle game set in a manor about botany. This is particularly relevant to me because I am a botanist in real life. So I've been getting a lot of pleasure out of going through this game and seeing which parts of the game are accurate and which parts are inaccurate. In terms of the botany. It's also set in Somerset, which is the county in England where I live. So it's extra relevant. Okay, we have a service quote from Wilson Plumbers. All plumbing and water system needs. Installation of disconnected pipes. Wait, are you telling me I paid 14 shillings and then had to finish the job myself? Here is our quote to repair the geyser in your bathroom. The cost might seem high, but trust us, it's a complex job best left to the professionals. I'll be honest, the cost of 14 shillings doesn't seem particularly high. For reference, that's 70 pence in modern money. But inflation has happened since 1890, so I suppose it's quite a lot of money now. No idea if Wilson Plumbers are still in business. Sir Drakia says, you are a botanist, that's amazing. Yes, so I love flowers, and I hate the winter because it's dark and cold and there's no flowers. In the summer, I am quite often out in the evenings doing field work, but at the moment I sustain myself by doing Twitch streams. And in the middle of every stream, we have a botany segment where I talk about a wildflower for 20 minutes or so. Today we talked about Jersey ferns and also false oxlip. We had a double feature botany segment today. I also have, to continue the botany theme, a number of emotes. Look at all these pretty flower emotes I have. Courtesy of Mushroom, my emote artist. Obviously, if you click on the emote, you get their name. So Drakia says, I know nothing about British currency. So quick history lesson. Before 1971, I think, British currency worked differently to all the other currencies. Nowadays, it's been decimalised. It works the same as everything else. You have pence, there's 100 pence in a pound. So it's like 100 cents in a dollar, 100 euro cents in a euro, whatever. Pretty much every currency these days is 100 of something makes something else. Before 1971, you had pounds, shillings and pence. There were 12 pence in a shilling, and there were 20 shillings in a pound. It was basically an imperial version of currency, because we found another thing to not be metric about. But it wasn't just the 12 pence and then the 20 shillings. There were half pennies and quarter pennies. There was halfpenny and farthing, which was a quarter of a penny. There was half a crown, which was 2.5 shillings, and there was a crown which was 5 shillings. So that's a quarter of a pound. So that's like a quarter. It's like an American quarter, but if you imagine there was a half quarter, which was 12.5 cents, it was the equivalent of that. There was a guinea, which was 21 shillings. So £1 and 1 shilling. Or £1 5 in today's money. It was a stupid system, and it was fortunately done away with. But like within living memory of a lot of people, this was still the system that was in use. And it made a little bit more sense in the 19th century, when only really expensive things cost pounds, and cheap things would cost pence, and middling things cost shillings. But nowadays, of course, everything costs pounds. Everything is, cost of living has gone through the roof. Everything is pounds now. So it would make no sense to have this system. The original value of a pound, as in £1 sterling, the reason it's called a pound sterling is it was sterling silver. So £1 of money would buy you a pound of silver, which is quite a lot of silver, and several £100 worth of silver these days. So that just shows how much inflation has happened over the centuries. Hello to Wolf Mist. Welcome in. Thank you for participating in the Vampire Raid, and welcome to my little stream here. I apologise, I was in an intense game. Hey, there is no need to apologise for anything. It's good to have you here. Altibago says most of us don't understand the old currency. This is true. Fortunately, unless you're a historian or you've discovered a time machine and gone back to before 1971, you don't need to understand the old currency. Why are you flashing? Oh, because it's a seed. Yes, okay. It's the seeds. Oh, we've got the cradle fern seeds. I know nothing about the cradle fern yet, but we've got some seeds for it. That's good. Is there anything in here we didn't read yet? Ah, another little folk tale. The Trapped Fairy. Once upon a time, there was a little fairy who loved gazing at her own reflection in the water. She lost track of the time, and the day turned into night. Nyx, goddess of the night, noticed the little fairy. The moon was shining bright, but the fairy only had eyes for herself. Nyx took offence and decided to punish the little fairy. Nyx placed the fairy into a nightfall and cast a spell on her. He fell in love with the moon and gazed upon the sky all night. As dawn approached and the sun arose, the spell broke. So, just as the fairy awoke from her enchantment, the flower bud closed and trapped the fairy for eternity. We do have a community member called Nyx. It's a shame she's not here. This is about her. The Dracula says, you said you don't like winter. It's my favourite time of the year because it's dark and cold. Yeah, I understand that some people like winter, and that's fine. I can understand that. Personally, it depends as well where you are in the world. I think if you're in a hot place, you're going to appreciate the cold of winter. For me, I have seasonal affective disorder, which means I actually get mentally ill in the winter if I don't get enough sunlight and it's dark and cold and miserable and I'm stuck indoors. And I have to work full time, and by the time I start work, it's just barely got light, and by the time I finish work, it's got dark, and I don't actually get to see the sun. So there's that, and there's also my passion is botany. And I like being outdoors in the sunshine and looking at plants. And there are no plants flowering in the winter. There are still plants in the winter. They're still there. But there's not enough daylight. Because it's something I have to do outside of work. In the summer, I have the evening. There's enough daylight in the evening after work that I can get some botany done. In the winter, I can't. So even though there are plants, just leaves, there's no flowers I could go and look at, I don't have the time. So it is a very personal reason to me, but yes, I strongly dislike the winter. And to be honest, I wish I lived in a more southern latitude than I do. People forget because the Gulf Stream makes us warmer, then we're on the same latitude as parts of Siberia and like northern US, southern Canada. We're much warmer than those, but we have the same lack of sunlight in the winter. And it gets to me. It doesn't get to everyone, but it gets to me. So Draki says, I live in Brazil. That makes sense. I can see why you'd appreciate the winter then. I love looking at plants too. My mother used to be a plant aficionada, so we had 70 vases around our house. What you have a plant collection to rival even the Botany Manor that I'm currently in, which also has many, many plant vases dotted around the house. Was your house this size, said Rakia? I feel like this is probably bigger than your house, but who knows? Maybe your house was this big. Did you have a tree in your house? She used to collect and steal plants. Oh my god, we have a plant thief. Somebody call the plant police. We have a plant thief on the loose. I wish it was that big. I wish my house was this big as well. I would have so many plants. Oh, have we read this yet? Yes, we have read that. Okay. I think we've actually read all the clues in this place now. Oh, we haven't read this. This is the aquatic weed removal service that they supposedly used on all the rivers. Do you have a pond? Do you want to swim in it? Is it covered in slimy weeds? We are specialised in removing the following weeds: algae, Himalayan balsam, brook chalice, and duckweed. Make an appointment today. Certified weed removal and agricultural services, Yeovil. A pond that you swim in is called a pool. And you put chlorine in it to kill the weeds. Have these guys been chlorinating the rivers? Oh, for God's sake. You idiots. So of these plants, these 4 plants, 3 of them are real. Well, algae isn't a plant, it's algae, but it is a real thing. Himalayan balsam, as its name suggests, is not a British native plant. It's from India. And it is very, very invasive, and it has unfortunately found its way to this country and rapidly spread along pretty much all of our waterways. I don't know if it was there in 1890. It might have been, but it wasn't as widespread if it was. The Cam is actually chock full of Himalayan balsam now, and it's such a shame because it's taking over everything else. But that doesn't mean that chlorinating the river is the solution, because that would just kill the ecosystem. Duckweed, there are invasive duckweeds, but most of the duckweed we have is native. Duckweeds are quite difficult to identify because it's just, if you ever see a pond or a river and you see there's like lots and lots of little, very tiny little green leaves, you could tell if it's algae. If it's like a green gloop, it's not a plant, it's algae. But if it's lots and lots of little green leaves, that's duckweed. But there's lots of duckweeds and they all kind of look the same unless you get really close. And it's hard to get really close to a river without getting wet. So they are often under-recorded, I think. Himalayan balsam was introduced to the UK in 1839 as a garden plant. It was first recorded in the wild in 1855. Okay, so yeah, it's quite possible by 1890 then it had spread enough to be a problem. But yeah, that doesn't mean you should be removing the duckweed. The duckweed is actually useful to the ecosystem, and in most cases is native. And presumably in the game, this brook chalice is also a native plant and shouldn't be removed. Okay, is there anywhere else we haven't been on this floor yet? Oh, we can look at this picture. Oh, this is the cradle fern. Oh, those are birds' eggs, aren't they? Those look very much like birds' eggs to me. Okay, because we found a bird's egg display earlier. I'm going to put the bird eggs as being a clue for the cradle fern. The nightfall needs the fairy story. Brook chalice is the water one, so that needs the weed removal and the river poster and the river trust and the government notice. That was all about rivers. And that, in fact, yeah, the Bath geyser. was the petition about? I got so annoyed by the fact that she'd signed the petition but then not actually returned it. That's also about the rivers. So, is that everything for this? Ah, no, okay, that's not all the right clues. Oh, it does say bird calls, though. Maybe it's not about the river plant. It's about the plant that reacts to bird song. I'm guessing the one that reacts to bird song is also the one that birds lay their eggs in. This is just speculation. But if we say that this is the little bird one, so the petition, the bird calls, the melodies, and the fern painting. Yes, okay. So the cradle fern is the one that reacts to a melody because it's supposed, like, this is not a real plant, but it reacts to bird calls, supposedly. And that makes sense if birds are going to lay their eggs in it. So we have the seed. I'm guessing the egg will tell us which bird. Where are the bird eggs? They were up here somewhere. What did I do with the bird eggs? Oh, no, they were actually down here. This place is so big, I'm getting lost now. Here's the bird eggs. So it was that one. So it's a crested owl egg. So logically then the plant responds to the call of the crested owl. That would make sense, right? Sir Dracula says, hey, sorry to raid and alert Gertrude, but I got to get ready for a party. Have a nice stream. Well, thank you, Sir Dracula, once again for the raid. No problem with the lurk. I hope you enjoy the party. We will be raiding out ourselves pretty soon anyway, so no worries there. Let me plant a cradle fern. Water it. And there we go. We have our fern. Do I now play the crested owl call to it? It's not a convenient thing. Obviously, you keep a pot holder here just in case you need to play music to your plants. Obviously, you do. Crested owl. E, C, D, E, G, F. It worked! We grew a fern! Oh, lovely. I do like ferns. They're one of my favourite groups of plants, I think. The cradle fern is used by the crested owl as a nest, and in turn the plant has grown dependent on the owl's chime-like call. We've also discovered why the plant was declining, because it's on riverbanks and somebody has been destroying river ecosystems. So that's that mystery solved. One cradle fern. Where shall I put it? Let's put it on a nice sunny windowsill. I have no idea if it wants sunlight or not, but there you go. How are we for time? 4 hours 25? Yeah, okay. We're probably not gonna solve the last two plants yet, so maybe I'll end things there. Where would I go next? Oh, we haven't been down here, have we? Let's have a look down here and then we'll end. Trapped fairy. Oh yeah, this is the plant that only blooms at sunset and closes up in the day, which is opposite of what plants usually do. Dearest Annabella, I was taking a walk along a river in Somerset recently and noticed a sight that I just had to write you about. In the water, I saw the brook chalice blooming. I've never seen or heard it flowering before. None of my books mention of it. It was so beautiful. Do you have any idea what would have caused it? Ever your friend Edith. Edith? Why did you not tell me which river you were walking along? This is actually a problem in real botany. People reporting things and then not saying where they were. Which means that nobody can go there and check on it. So it's... In science in general, you want reproducibility of results, so you need to write down where the plants are so that somebody else can go and see it and check that it's actually been correctly identified. But yeah, the number of times people have said, "Oh yeah, I saw this. It was near such and such." That doesn't really narrow it down when you're looking for one plant. But thank you for the letter. You got to be polite to these people. But that was about the brook chalice. Do we have everything for the brook chalice now? We do. Okay, we have everything for the brook chalice. We don't have the seed yet, though. We still haven't been in the attic. Yeah, none of that was the attic. That was the belfry. So we've still got all that to come. Is it me, or is this a stupid place to put this? Like, surely you'd want to look at the view. There's a view out of this window, and there's a seat that you can sit and look at a corridor instead. I'd rather look at the view. Okay, here's the attic, so we can unlock that. Okay. I think we will end it here, and then next stream, we still haven't finished this game. Next stream, we will continue with the attic. Possibly we will get to chapter 5 and be able to see the gazebo next stream. And we have Lingo to start when we finish this game. I'm not worried about finishing this game halfway through a stream because we do have Lingo to start. Hello Juffo, by the way, welcome in. Sorry that we are ending now. Juffo is not on the same time zone as me, unfortunately. Moths of England. Okay, I think most, if not all, of these are actually real. Hummingbird hawk moth, eyed hawk moth, antler moth, elephant hawk moth, poplar hawk moth, emperor moth, swallowtail moth, garden tiger moth, scalloped oak moth, mint moth, small magpie moth, angleshade moth, privet hawk moth, lime moth, cinnabar moth, green carpet moth, argent and sable moth, and six-spot burnet moth. I have seen a six-spot burnet moth last summer. Moths are not my speciality, but I was with somebody who said, that's a six-spot burnet moth. So I definitely remember that one. Can't read the text on the bottom because of the candlelight. But it was printed in Birmingham, apparently, and that's all that says. Joffo says, no worries, it's been a minute, thanks for streaming. Oh, right, yeah, the couch is for reading on with the light behind you and for looking wistful. Okay. I'll do my best wistful pose. Wistfulness. Yeah. Even the attic is huge. Magic lantern. Property of Arabella Green. Stained glass. I mean, everyone has a stained glass window in their attic, right? That's just a normal thing that everyone has. The Botanist's Digest. Monthly Journal of Botanical News. Ah, this is this thing again. This time it's number 31, volume 4, February 1863. Price 1 penny. Price is still 1 penny. 32 years later, and the price hasn't gone up. You don't get that these days. This month, in conversation with Professor Montague, leading expert in British meadow orchids. In his words, every plant, every leaf, and every meadow holds secrets waiting to be unlocked. Very true. My aim is simply to uncover some of those mysteries. Professor John Montague, renowned botanist, sheds light on his groundbreaking work in the world of meadow orchids and other botanical wonders. With decades of research and numerous publications to his name, Professor Montague's contributions to the field have been nothing short of revolutionary, including discoveries of new species such as the Dactylorhiza Montague or hood marsh orchid. So Dactylorhiza is the actual Latin family name for one of the families of orchids. I don't recognise hood marsh orchid. I think that might be made up. But there was an earlier letter that revealed that actually our character Arabella had pointed out that orchid to him, and he then claimed the discovery as his own. To be honest, I think even by the 1860s, the species of orchids had mostly been discovered, but maybe there were some. Also duck. Specifically a mallard duck with its nice green head. This game has had ducks scattered throughout it for no apparent reason, and you can rotate the ducks. If you're ever bored, just remember you can always rotate a duck in your mind, and it would look something like this. Yeah, I said I was going to end and I didn't. We are actually going to end now. Leave that. We will finish the attic next stream. So thank you everybody to watching. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm losing it. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Sadrakir for the raid, and also to Rooney for the raid earlier. Thank you to Tibago for gigantifying 2 emotes at the cost of 20 bits. Thank you to Nespar for resubscribing for a 6th month. I can't believe it's been 6 months already. Thank you to everyone who redeemed their flowers of the day. Thank you to both Tibago and Leia for requesting flowers today. That was awesome. I never did the show outfit redeem. I know it was 3 hours ago, but I never actually did it. So let's do it now, and then we'll raid out. I have my nice purple. I've really taken a liking to this jumper. It's purple and it's cozy, and that's what you really want in clothing. And I have black skirt today. Always nice to have the spinny skirt. Thank you for Blow High, for keeping me company throughout the stream. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We are going to start Planet of Lana, which I don't know much about, but I know that Lana the Panda thinks it's a good game, and I think she thinks it's actually a good game, not just because it's named after her. So we are starting that tomorrow at 7:30, and then on Sunday we'll be doing Mini Metro, which is a request from Alhuno, and I sincerely apologise to Alhuno for making him wait so long for this request, because I ended up having to cancel last week's stream, so I'll do my best to not cancel this week's stream and start the game. El Tipago said, got so distracted by the extended yapping I forgot I redeemed it. We did do a lot of yapping today. I think this game has just become a game that we can... to be honest, I needed it. I needed to just unwind and talk a lot on the Friday streams because of the stressful time I've been having at work. And this game happened to come up on a Friday, so this is the game that had to suffer for it. So sorry about that, but there we go. Harry says, I think Lana might be a bit biased towards Planet of Lana. I can understand why. Especially if Lana... I'm not actually sure if Lana is her real name, but if it is, then that explains that as well. Rooney says thank you for the lovely stream. No problem, Rooney. Thank you for the raid and for sticking around the whole time after, because it was a while ago you raided. We are going to look for somebody to raid now. If you have any suggestions for raid targets, please do let me know. Somebody gifted me a sub to a streamer I've never heard of. Interesting. We probably won't go there. I like to raid people I actually know. But yeah, let me know if you have suggestions. Nespa, I thought Nespa, I thought Leia had gone quiet. And I've just discovered why Leia has gone quiet. It's because Nespa is streaming, so she'll be yapping to her instead. So we could go there. There's a few other follows live. Sunshine is dwarfing. Okay. Well, if somebody's doing dwarf, we could go there. It's a while since I've been to Sunshine. Yeah, let's do that. Nespo is great, but we raid Nespo a lot. And we did shout her out earlier. Let's go to Blushing Sunshine. Change. The Blushing Sunshine, cozy streamer, likes to do really long marathon streams, like 50 hours, but she does sleep halfway through. She's not actually streaming that long. But in particular, she played Core Keeper a lot a while back, and I joined in her game and played Core Keeper. And then liked it enough, I wanted to stream it myself, and I did stream it myself, and everybody played it with me, and that was lovely. So I have her to thank for that. Okay, yeah, we haven't been to Sunshine's stream since August, so it's probably about time we went. Let's get that set up. And yeah, I mean, Dwarf Romantic is, game music cutting in and out as I tab around. Dwarf Romantic is an awesome game, one of my all-time favourites. Sunshine. I get the spelling right? Yes, I can. There is the raid. If you would like to... oh, thank you for the follow. I have anonymous follows on, but thank you for that. Appreciated. If you would like to share a raid message in chat, please do. If you are subscribed, here is a message for you to copy. And if you are not subscribed, then you are more than welcome to participate in the raid as well. Use any emotes you like. If you have your own emotes or emotes you're subscribed to, use them. But if you don't have any good ideas, then here are some dancing dinosaurs for you to copy. As I say, I will be back tomorrow at 7:30 UK time and Sunday at 6:30. And both cases we're starting new games, Planet of Lana and Mini Metro. So I hope to see you there. And until then, thank you all very much for watching. And bye for now.